Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は179日目です。It's day 179. Shorter day today. And then we have 2 days. I wonder what tomorrow looks like. Oh, tomorrow might be... Yeah, tomorrow is a big burn day. So we'll look into that. But I'm pretty sure we're having a stagger lock here. Oh, okay, like half of it is going to be tomorrow. So something to do. This would be a quick day. Let's hop right in. Oh, I'm doing pretty well, Bree. How are you today? How are you? Late day. Had some chatter going around yesterday, right? In the evening, and then some chatter in the morning. It seems like I've been waking up to chatter in the evening, or ending to chatter in the evening, and then waking up to chatter in the morning. Alright, let's get into this quick day. Excellent. I'm glad to hear that you're doing pretty well. Aijo.
不詳 愛人
慈愛
愛知県
I. Man, there's all the eyes. Okay.
詳細
詳細 詳細 a little bit. Oh, details. I've been doing that a couple of times already. Joshiki. What? Oh.
川底
Kawazoko. 詳しい Oh? Really? Oh. Tsuneni. Okay. Okay. Trying to think like always, violin, always.
寒天
Content.
知識
知識
監禁
監禁
北アメリカ、
北アメリカ。
愛国心、
愛国心。うん。
幻覚、
幻覚。
愛する、
愛する。
日常、
日常。
交渉、
交渉。
そこ、
そこ。
干す、
押す。うーん。
原因、
原因。え
外交官、
外交官。外交官。え What?
意識、
意識。What? What?
失恋、
失恋. No shortening. Why did I think there was a shortening? But then. Okay.
干渉、
干渉. Oh.
幻、
幻. What? Oh.
感覚、
感覚. You caught a bit of last night, but not all of it. Are you still enjoying P5X? I am. We're getting... So P5X is a live service gacha game. So, the stuff that I'm enjoying is like the baseline main story quest. And then there's a character arc that is used as an introductory thing. And this is a live service model. So they will be introducing new banners, right? New banners for monetization. But with the new banners, it seems like they're going to add a character arc. So we're trying to get to the point where it's steady state. Then that game goes into the background. It's kind of one of those things like, oh, I kind of enjoy this. I want to go back and take a little bite each day. And then that will then fade into the background until the next character arc shows up. I don't know if I have a feel for what the roadmap is yet. Generally, that's how I cover it. So I'm really enjoying it now, largely because that's how I start up. It's the same with PSO2 NGS about a little over 4 years ago. It's a shame I didn't record that, but this would be the first time where I've recorded something at the start and then stored it away. But I did the same for Neverwinter, Hearthstone, Neverwinter, Hearthstone after that, and then PSO2. Those are my PSO2 NGS. Those are my like 3 at the moment. I've been looking for another live service model thing of a different nature to become like to be part of the founders wave, and this would be an attempt. There's no guarantee that I might not drop, like I may drop it in the future, but it would be, so far it's a game that will keep me contact with a live service model that's a gacha format. Now there are other like subgenres of games. I'm not too concerned about subgenres of games because that involves content and theory crafting. This is more about like being in touch with the current standards of distribution of the gacha model. So I'm actually enjoying the game in the light that it gives me my feet wet back into the Persona universe in anticipation and prep for next year's project, which is the Persona Legacy, which will take like half the year, if not more. Much like the Like a Dragon Legacy in 2023, which took up over half the year. And then what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to keep up with the Persona series and the Like a Dragon series alike. They are the series that I have decided to pick because of their subject matter and their writing and dubbing things that integrate with Japanese language learning and Chinese language learning. I think Atlas and Sega, especially Sega, gives me the most comfortable vote of confidence that they double down and contribute most things to building legacy and rapport and existing universes. I think out of all of the current developers and publishers right now, the hats go off to them, in which they can integrate and emphasize my use of language learning. Outside that though, it's indies all the time because I'm exploring and looking for something. But having an event in my life with video games throughout the year is probably what my goal is. P5X will be one of those where you're probably going to see me bring up every 3 or so months. It kind of looks like it's one of those where they release a new banner every 3 or so months, which is seasonal things. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I personally think one of the games that I've been doing for like over 12 years is reaching the end cycle because of the idea that they either scrap the model and try to introduce a new IP with a revamped model, or the model is falling behind. And this is more for the enjoyment. Well, I don't use the word enjoyment too much. The intellectual curiosity on how well my perception of business models are. I tend to love to participate tangentially with gold standards and then use those gold standards to evaluate how I understand the market moving. Because honestly, in the end of the day, it helps me understand the world around me and the people that behave in it so that I can be useful, potentially, at any time. And it's been very interesting, intellectually stimulating to see what is considered a middle of the road, which I disagree, maybe a little bit above average gacha model, live service gacha model. There are other models out there that are far less consistent in agreeability, and that's the one-time payment plus gacha, versus the wave payment gacha. And there's quite a lot to dive in. I will probably write most of these the first time I do it, once I finish the core stuff and then do maintenance. I'll probably record a summation, my candid conclusion thing. I think I am possibly going to be able to do that before the end of June. If not, it'll be a little into July, but that's okay. I told myself that I was going to try to do a monthly project each day, and I was planning on like maybe I should take a separate month, but this seems like an opportune moment. I had an interesting discussion yesterday with a particular stranger who talked at me about Duolingo in the Discord, so that was interesting. And then another stranger chimed in, which was very in contrast to that. This is my main motivation to do things online. I don't necessarily think, and now I want to emphasize this with a grain of salt. My main motivation is to extract information and ideas and behavioral decision making and whatnot about the people online, about online content in general. Content and self-improvement and knowledge base is a secondary priority. It's not that it's far less important to me, but it is not genuinely as interesting as being compelled to participate in things that gives me better grasp of what other people are doing. So P5X, I told myself like, yo, it's been a long time since I've had a standardized gacha model, so I don't know what that is like. And P5X offers that opportunity that intersects between my already planned schedule for Persona Legacy. It's been like 2 or 3 years in the making, and all this language learning is involved in that. So it's going to be nice to see how that plays out. I think on a content basis, P5X has this nice all-star feeling at the end, where whatever I do now in P5X, as I hold them up, once I go through Persona 3, OG, Reload, Persona 4, and then possibly the revival by then, Persona 5, then Strikers, and then Tactica, right? Tactica, which is available to me. I will have retroactive feelings and embellishments. P5X will be elevated as I go through those series, because it is a live platform, so it is a character collector, which then would most likely line up with all the releases of prior Personas. So when I would probably venture a guess, when Persona 4 Revival is released, a remake of Persona 4, there will be a collaboration that will be released in Persona 5X as an advertisement model. The Persona 4 characters will be showcased in that platform. And the thing about this is, I think gamers often look, and when I mean gamers, I mean very vocal minority people, like people who are extraordinarily vocal, tend to view gaming as not as a continuum, like a process, like a universe that's an investment model. They view it as a serial model. So when they finish a game, it's in the past, that's it. And then they use that past to constantly inculcate, as opposed to seeing that product as an existing product that exists next to something. So oftentimes businesses, when someone says, oh, this business is pushing another live service model, they're developing, these studios continuing to develop new Persona games while this is happening. These are cross investments. These are diversification of the business. So when not stepping back and looking at it as a diversification, when people narrowly focus on their current present time without that scope, they can see it as, oh, this is the next series in that game, and find it very underwhelming because it is a game format. It's a business format that they're not used to. You read through a bit of that. You've never played Persona, but have enjoyed watching you play a bit. However, I am excited for you to get back to Duo when you get to the spot you want to be. Yeah, so that person and I are complete opposites in that regard. Yeah, and not obviously not. We're not talking about that. It's the first person who just like stop by and leave. That's if you wanted a real-time example of what I mean by Japanese specific language learning, like toxicity. You might call it toxicity. Don't really find it as toxic anymore because I understand where the premise is coming from, but generally this is what they're talking about. If you ever go on a thread and suddenly someone raises a concern about how comparison is the theft of joy, or people keep saying like, oh, this person keeps trivializing my accomplishments, but again, comparison is the theft of joy. That person that stopped in, said their piece. I responded appropriately in the tone that they were talking to me, and they just leave. And that gives them enough satisfaction, somehow make an impression that they think they are going to. I use that. So whenever I'm referring to someone, not the person that's still in the Discord that shared their own perspective, it's very different when someone initiates and explains what you should do without knowing anything, right? Versus someone who shares a bit of themselves and then exchange information. So that the second person clearly has their own quirks and their idiosyncrasies. But generally speaking, they're not projecting their like life and their grievances onto someone else, right? Let me get rid of this daily Twitch bot. One account was created today. You can do better. Automated Twitch bot runner, you can do better. Give me another old account. That's a new account. Not gonna cut it. Anyways, so the person that left immediately, that's the type of attitude that I'm very accustomed to interacting with. Someone who comes in and says, they make a sarcastic, facetious remark. So that happens less with WaniKani. It happens less with Hanzahiro because the social network, the way networks work, is that they basically regurgitate and normalize whatever is the current group mentality, mob mentality. So if WaniKani suddenly takes a dip, right? Like if Speakly suddenly takes a dip, then when you share these things and show you use these things, the most largest vocal minority will be those individuals who could come by and make a sarcastic remark as a way to establish rapport or make their impression on the world. They would say something like, hey, look at this noob using Speakly to learn French. Hey, look at this person. He thinks that WaniKani is still useful in this day and age. It's 11 years old. That's the type of comment that happens less with other languages. It happens a lot with trending languages or trending adjacent cultures. And the Japanese culture, when Japanese publishes games, they are inherently exuding a culture of comparative iteration design. So many of the things illustrate behaviors that causes these things, or maybe coincidental to these things. So French, Spanish, again, is spared most of the time, and Chinese is isolated. So you typically have a separation of that. However, Chinese culture tangentially, in terms of their like trendiness, like video games and stuff, is trending upward now. So I wouldn't be surprised in the future where if someone decides to like learn Chinese, they would get categorized, hyper categorized by the internet. Right now though, Japanese is the trend. When you hit the internet and your overall like bigger picture, when you step back, if that thing is trending, it gets hyper categorized in in all of its fields, and one of them is language learning. You get to the point where someone drops by and they're like, look at this guy not doing what I'm doing. And then, like, not me specifically, but I'm trying to personify guy. It's like, oh, this guy isn't doing it right. And then the next thing, you know, I would ask them, are you trying to be serious, or do you want to have a conversation about this? Like, are you trying to be friendly with me by seeing the first thing you do, seeing the first thing you read, and then projecting your opinion onto me? And the person validated everything. They said, I'm confused. Why didn't you use X, Y, and Z, and D, and A? And I was like, yes, you named all those products. I actually know a lot about those products. The question is, are you using those products? And do you actually know what that does? Right? Do you know what it does? Do you know what Duolingo does? Do you know what Yomitan, Anki, and MAKU do? All of them are not even the same thing. Not only that, they refer to WaniKani as YomiKani. That is a meta thing. It's a very meta thing, and it gives the person a way on how they interpret misinformation. They list their usual things, and that's why buzzwords and hypercategorizations happen a lot. One very specific thing that goes to Duolingo is that of all of the languages that I am aware of, and all of the things I mentioned that I do that I can't show on stream, right? Because copyright, I'm legally trying to make sure that I'm able to do this without like stepping on corporate or any potential legalities of showing. This person decided to assume all of that is true, which is not. But hear me out. This is a two-way problem here. That person went into my Discord, so I asked the person, hey, how did you come across this Discord by any chance? And that person responded, oh, I don't know, you were just, this Discord was just randomly mentioned. And I'm like, exactly. You have most, at first I was like, okay, I'll give you the benefit of doubt. He returns by ignoring my question and then attacking my character, and then listing a bunch of random apps. I still call them random apps, even though I know every single one of them, because they show up every time someone who comes at me vocally, assuming that the only thing they see is the only thing I do, right? And that is the particular personality. It's a coincidence, I know. I'm not saying all people who come out, so I use at least 2 or 3 layers of questioning, and he verified all of them. That person verified everything. The one thing that person didn't even do is delete all their messages, because that usually happens, by the way. Vocal minorities who does encounter an equal force, or maybe a lesser force, I don't know what they feel like, but I reciprocate. So oftentimes what happens is people of that nature would eventually scrap and try to delete traces of all of their comments online. And that has happened several times on the YouTube side of things, where a video comment was placed and I spend like 2 or 3 hours responding to their like 10-minute comment, and then they delete the comment as though there wouldn't be a trace or record of it anymore. Well, the record's here, and also on YouTube, I get an email. I save those emails. Like, there was one person who got angry at me suggesting that they were trying to gaslight me into believing certain things, and they said, well, there's no such thing as unintentional gaslight. It's like, well, if you're ignorant of something you're doing and you're not aware of it and someone points it out, is it now gaslight when you become aware of it. So there was like a huge thing, and then she like attacked me, or not really attacked me. She was explaining it to me. She was explaining to me about stuff, and all of that is just deleted afterwards. And I'm like, you run a YouTube channel. You should know that when you make a comment publicly, there's a paper trail. In Discord, I don't. You can delete all the things you want off my Discord. It's fine. I don't like screenshot or hold it hostage. But honestly, most of the time I like it to stay there because it's an opportunity for me to grow as a person. And despite I don't have any control over that other person's growth or apprehension, but it is incredibly hypocritical and ironic that when someone talks to you, the first thing you do is you either insinuate that what they're doing is of lesser value in order to establish rapport. And one of the main priorities that I have emphasized over and over again, which is in contrast to the person who followed, we had an adequate exchange of ideas. My ideas and priorities are very different. I learn languages to bolster my social skills, not the other way around. Communication, social skills, critical thinking is the reason I like language learning, because that came first. So mastery and fluency of all the languages is an excellent side effect when someone always tries to prioritize things like, oh, learning a language bleeds into those other skills. For me, which I try to match that person's enthusiasm, to me, communication and social skills is what motivates me at a later life to learn a new language that is completely optional. Because I speak English, a common language. So if you don't have a motivation outside of, I just want to learn this language, then it may not be enough motivation. My motivation is always going to, like for me personally, my motivation is always going to be there, no matter how difficult or the type of language or the content the language has. So if it's only Duolingo, that's perfectly sufficient. It's a privilege. For me, once again, I want to emphasize, it's a privilege that I can learn another language. How other people learn that language and expose to that language when they're tackling learning skills. That is why I use these products and understand them. Now, how much would I use these products is where it can be a little deceptive. Lots of these individuals would like to evaluate their value as a person based on their completion rate or how quickly they get things done. That is their prerogative, for sure. But it is their prerogative. Not, I have to agree with them. So the moment a disagreement occurs, or when someone else talks like them, in order to meet a middle ground, they can choose to leave. And most of the time they actually choose to leave, because that's how conflicts are, in my opinion. That's how normally conflicts are resolved, by individuals who behave like that. The way you can have extreme opinions and continue to be allowed those extreme opinions while going around staking out people randomly to voice and project their convenience is they isolate themselves in an echo chamber of their own creation. That person will not going to develop social skills, communication, and critical thinking skills. If they choose that, the easiest way to resolve a conflict of interest is to attack the person's character and then leave. They can continue doing that for the rest of their life if they want. Hopefully they can operate a successful business in which they are a boss with a specialized skill that other people can deal with that type of lack of empathy while them making money. If not, then Generally, on average, individuals like that will fail to be able to work with other people. And perhaps someone will like that type of personality. In my opinion, that's a complete lack of empathy. And empathy is a component of social skills and communication skills. Empathy is required as well, and social awareness is required to establish relational rapport, regardless if you're arguing or debating with another person. Some of my best friends and I are incredibly argumentative to each other, but there is an incredible depth, at least, that doesn't warrant us to suddenly think that it is incredibly appropriate to initiate a conversation by taking a jab at someone's work. It's really classical. And I really do mean when that person called me weird, and I'm like, it's very disappointing that you weren't weird as well. Because an intellectual does not operate on monotony and projection of very trendy, reductive comments. I used to watch another streamer that was learning Spanish with Duo, and when she got to the latter half of the course, she was struggling a bit. There were a couple of goobers being so mean to her, saying, "See, you can't learn anything from Duo. You stink at Spanish." Did they really do that? That's really unfortunate. Got so bad to the point she stopped streaming Duo because she didn't want to deal with the negativity. That's unfortunate. Isn't it interesting that those who say they care about language learning only hopes that others fail? Quite disappointing. There are other things to say about that situation that I wanted to ask about, whether if she developed or changed up her methods or self-improve. Like, it would have been, in my opinion, it may have been a very wonderful, different type of situation if instead of those people just waiting for her to, fulfill their prophecy, they became friends with her, and they developed separate skills along with Duolingo and other things together, right? But it's righteous indignation for negativity that qualifies as toxicity. So when you wait for someone to fail deliberately by having an opportune moment to kick someone while they're down, that's toxicity. It's actually malicious. It's unfeeling maliciousness. And I really have low tolerance for that. In the sense of those who do it intentionally. Like, it happens the other way around as well. When you can be incredibly overzealous and you're very, like, a very well competent person can overwhelm a person starting and then like groom them to be like them, and ultimately that grooming end up becoming the point of conflict of interest, and they fail and stop even before they start. So there's the opposite end too. It's kind of like as you might be thinking, it's the Booker-Dunning effect. The latter end is the emotional impact of the valley of despair being projected onto other people, in my opinion. And then the other one where someone is truly incompetent but decided to project that incompetence onto another person who they can sort of empathize with. Like, oh, you're studying Spanish and it looks like you're using the same mistake that I did because I failed, therefore you must fail. So I'm going to wait till you fail before I get satisfaction to telling you, ha, I made the same mistake, but now I'm better than you. So congrats for failing. And hear me out. With that person, for example, that we're going to use her as a hypothetical person. If she was around those who like language learning, who may have started with Duo, and then they used Duo with something else because it led them to something else, and then that something else led them to something else on the way back to Duo to evaluate it. All of that could have happened at the same time too. So her end, when she learned for a while, it could have looked very different. And that's kind of what I'm what I'm barking up the tree about. I'm demonstrating that you can start with duo, and then you can do other things. You can even go back to duo. That's perfectly fine. You can do both of them at the same time. But having someone who like go out of their way to find the first thing that pops up to their mind to disingenuously disengage someone else from whatever they disagree with, that does might be a little weird flex. I'm intolerant to that. You would need to try harder. And trying harder is legitimately the opposite of what they're trying to do. I'm not susceptible to fear tactics, nor like oh, you're gonna fail, or I'm confused. And like, try being a little bit more proactive and tell me what your experience is. What have you done? How have you done it? Proactive natures will possibly be electric, and the establishing rapport gives people access to a reflection or representation of empathy. So if you go around saying, the thing you're doing failed because I already knew that, like, well, yeah, that reflects poorly on you, because not only did you not do anything about it, you decided to antagonize and counter someone instead of creating empathy and then demonstrating how well you can do something by helping someone else through empathy, not through countermeasures. We kind of talked about it 2 or 3 days ago, Bree, when you were talking about Speakly. We were so overly, like, we have the opposite problem a lot of times, and it's not really a problem, but it's something that's humorous to me, where we try to be overly agreeable, and that's thinking like that can also breed conflict of interest. However, at least we are thinking about the idea that both of our ideas can coexist. They can coexist. Not only that, they can be transformative and synergistic. So that creates rapport that has a level of trust, right? Despite us being overly trying to be agreeable to each other, it opens up the possibility that we can learn and exchange from each other. When you start by attacking someone's own work or lowering someone else's status or their product in order to then suggest another product, I have little to no tolerance for that. That's one of the I have maybe 10 things that I say I axe out or try to squelch right away, and that's one of them. It's kind of say like, dude, you look a little bit ugly today. Here's my product. It can help. Like, well, how do you know I don't like the way I look? And also, the next time you start a conversation, perhaps you should start by establishing rapport. Start by working on your social skills. And if you think I'm weird, I can't even believe what all the people you think are weird think about you, because you are the one who started a conversation by making light of what that other person is doing. It's like, hey, man, you really suck at this game. How about we be friends? Like, pass? Like most people, like I would say a good average people, I don't fall for them for reasonably saying, haha, ban, right? But in my opinion, I give them at least 3 questions. Tried once, that person struck out. Tried again, that person struck out. And I tried a 3rd time, and that person didn't even leave, didn't even stay for the 3rd time. So, make an attempt, and that's all you can really do. I really hope that that streamer ended up finding something else. You know, finding something else that works for her, that she can stream and continue to learn Spanish in response. Now, there is also the somewhat victim blaming situation. It's a two-body problem, right? It's a two-body problem at minimum. So there is also something to be said that when a streamer decides to share their language learning journey, they also have to hopefully have enough confidence, problem solving skills themselves to understand that this is a natural part. This is one of the possibilities that will occur. And that brings us to today's rant. That's what I expected. This isn't necessarily my first time sharing public things. It's not the first time. I spent many years contributing to a it's not my first time spending like more than 7 years of my life working on a experiment and like a thesis and whatnot, in which my most respectful colleagues on a daily basis try to tear into it, right? Because the peer review process is one that I am most familiar with. And for lack of a better word, to be a little reductive, those who are incredibly vocal minority, the vocal minority that seeks like some emotional payout all the time, those individuals do not understand what peer review is. Or they have not worked in a professional field long enough to understand the rigors of peer review. Like, you can work in other professional fields and have a semblance of what it's like to have colleagues who are critical and strongly communicative while still being your colleagues and having your interest in mind, versus the really slapstick, low effort, in my opinion, egregious overreaching of their knowledge and experience by presuming incredibly reductive, obvious behavioral patterns. If I'm an obvious Duolingo user, then that person who said that about like, I'm confused, if you have this and this, why not use this and this? That to me is also an obvious behavioral pattern. And I've talked about all those products before. Yomitan. In fact, I'm surprised that person didn't even mention Boon Pro. And just so we're clear, that person was obviously mentioning that was a Japanese language learner for sure. And then another person responded immediately talking about Japanese, despite Anki and Hanzuhiro, when that person was naming products that they probably looked on my channel. It's like, oh, here's a product name, that half of those things are for Chinese and some of them are for Spanish. So not only did they not distinguish that, they actually biasly named Japanese things. But they didn't even have to tell me that they were biased towards Japanese. And then the person followed up by sharing something specifically regarding Japanese. Right. Understanding these nuances help you like navigate. She still uses Duo, but just off stream. She also streams games, so she just decided to only stream games going forward. And you wonder why Twitch has very few language learners. But that's very reasonable. It's pragmatic. I think fear, discrimination, or like ignorance and discrimination, cyberbullying, can come unintentionally. I'm not going to write off the idea that those people maybe are projecting their own insecurities, so they're not potentially malicious in a directed way. That's being incredibly generous and fair for these people. They are probably the same people who go around and say, dude, why don't anyone ever learn language correctly on Twitch or has a representation? It's like, well, if you spend all the time negating everything and starting somewhere, you know that people start somewhere, right? And maybe I'm a little aggressive here, but I believe truly that those people didn't start off as being jerks. They were probably, in my opinion, jerks because of the choices they made in life. At least I like to believe that. I think genetically, even despite not being a geneticist anymore or have a degree in psychology or any upper level ways of monitoring human behavior, I like to believe that humans tend to respond and normalize their behavior to the choices and decisions they make. And it's a lose-lose to me when I see a story like that, where someone may have been interested in language who may become amenable to transforming her experience over time was negated by FOMO and discrimination based on ignorance. And ignorance not necessarily because they don't know Spanish. There's a really high chance those people that said that you stink at Spanish knew Spanish or have learned through Spanish, like through apps and stuff, but they decide to choose to use their wisdom to stop someone from being interested in Spanish openly and seeking other relationships and experiences in which it elevates the language learning community. And I do feel that it goes without saying, again, I think the majority of language learners, despite whatever your target language is, are quiet. They're unassuming. And sometimes if you can get those people to be on your side, they're incredibly nurturing and empathetically collaborative. But those are the quiet people. They don't have emotional instability. They typically don't have emotional instabilities that allow them to be so vocal and reactive to the point where they would try to cannibalize themselves, like cannibalize the value of them. If you in a bigger picture sense, any recruitment of people who are amenable to language learning bolsters the value of your own skills. So like if I want to feel like I have value in learning Japanese and Chinese and Spanish and what have you, bolstering and encouraging the success of other people through empathy instead of projected fear would elevate the value of your skills that you have, that you're already in the game. So, like for example, if I like science and I like genetics, I would encourage and instruct and be empathetic to all the ups and downs of genetics. That's a way to reveal that I have experience in genetics. And those people, when they're working, you're already ahead in the game. More people who are interested, go through ropes and problem solving is likely going to elevate your value, not the other way around. So in my opinion, you are more likely to devalue and make yourself less and less useful as a skill by antagonizing and using fear to keep your skill exclusive. That's another way to go about it. So you can deliberately, maybe unintentionally, weave out, quote, quote, weave out all the weak hands in order to elevate your position. That's another business tactic, like in a weird emotional way, another business tactic. So for me, those are the individuals that I typically don't resonate with. And that's perfectly fine. Like we have our shared space. What is a great way to illustrate this? A closed ecosystem where there's a high vetting system, or an open ecosystem where everyone is peer reviewing each other. So that's open source versus a closed ecosystem. Which one are you? And you might be thinking, whoa, MAKU, now your categorization. Open source covers like 90% of the sphere of thought. And 10% closed ecosystem, they exist harmoniously. But when I say open source, what is that? That encompasses a lot of room of thought. So yes, you're going to likely belong to some extent to those two categorizations, closed or open. And I typically gravitate towards open. So my next comment to that person when they drop like yomitan and all that stuff, like graded readers, and what I was gonna talk about Tofuku Satori reader, yomitan, that's like okay. Boom Pro is a competitor, right? Anki, WaniKani. So you want me to overlap my resources just because you believe that you can't they're supplemental each other or what have you? So just name whatever you want. Migaku YouTube. Migaku is is to provide discipline for people who don't use YouTube with discipline. Right? If you want to be reductive about this, if you can organize your stuff on YouTube, Migaku, if you don't believe that you have those skills or that discipline, Migaku can help you with that. They integrate, and it's kind of funny because that person mentioned Anki on the last list. All of those feed into Anki. Every one of the tools that person named feeds into Anki. So they're all integrated with each other. So that person basically gave away their workflow. Not that I'm curious about their workflow because they didn't establish that they even care about my workflow. So, shame. Very, very disappointing. Disappointing, but not unexpected. It's that's the type of, and you know, would I stop using Duolingo? I stopped using Duolingo when I think I'm going to stop using Duolingo, when it stops serving a functional purpose. And what I mean by that is an intellectual form of exploration. And it's funny because they read something and they believe they have all the context in the world. You know, it takes a lot of pride. I'm going to say pride. It takes a lot of pride and ego to think that you clicked on someone's random Discord link and be proud of saying that and don't see the connection to how when you say something and you want to be taken seriously or think you know something, that you have any idea saying that and answering in that way imparts any meaning to your comment. It's like, oh hey, I randomly came by your sign and I read your sign with that like 3 sentence and now I know all about you. Do you want my advice, by the way? That's okay. I'm just going to tell you my advice. And then you walk away feeling happy about yourself. Realistically, do you think someone who has already ran a business or done a lot with something would take you seriously? It's unfathomable arrogance and pride that you think that is how you get people to notice you or understand where you're coming from. And for the record, Bree, I'm not sure about the other streamer that you're mentioning, but there's more to this usually. Sometimes they stay long enough to say oh, it's just for your own good. I'm doing this for your own good. It's like, we'll start by understanding that it requires a lot of social skills and communication skills to know and to express that you actually care. Because if you don't care, then you talk about yourself. I'm confused. So they're talking about themselves. And then project what they know as opposed to what they know about you. Very vastly different things. What's going on? Oh, we're just sharing a little topic that happened yesterday. Your name is Poopy Poop with a lot of O's. May I ask, what was your inspiration behind that name? What happened? You're gonna have to go watch it yourself. Poopy Poop was taken? Oh, I see. Well, I can't really explain that again with the interest of time. But let's just say sometimes social skills are very difficult to refine on a platform that doesn't encourage or take consequence on social skills. All right. Anyways, sorry, I can't go over it again. It's going to take too much time. But know that that's interesting. Why not use is poop poop taken? Did you try poop poop? Did you try or like poop squared? You know? That didn't quite answer why you chose that name, but I guess I'll take your word for it. The reason why you chose poopy poop was because poopy poop was taken. Feelings and memorize feeling. What else does this take? Oh, sense. Oh yeah, that's right. We can use sense.
恋愛
恋愛
署名
署名署名 Oh, wait. Oops.
心底
Insult. It's like soupy soup, you know, so you thought of poopy poop. Oh. Okay. Are you a soup person? Yeah, poopy poops are pretty soupy.
Genso
Genso. Fantasy. Wait.
Koi
French on Duo isn't bad. Time for you to start a new project. Look. I think we're so I'll give you Brie, I'll give you like the short version. I started Dual Spanish in order to know what a flagship Duolingo language was. I started with Japanese, but then I discovered that Japanese is a tier B language in Duo. So I wanted to know what a tier C was, Chinese course. And then I set aside for a flagship, which is the tier A. I don't go to S most of the time, but then the tier A is a flagship. And French and English are also flagships. So I no longer necessarily need to use French to know the functionalities, right? Because I was using Duo to understand the functionalities of Duo. So now we can move on and start a new language in different apps. The idea is to understand the app design. That's my intellectual exploration. I wanted to know the different tiers. So I had, by coincidence, and this is purely coincidence in retrospection, Japanese is in the middle. And Chinese is even more stripped down than French, than Japanese. And then English is the the big three. Spanish is one of the flagships. So then I'm able to gather most of the functionality, except one thing. Spanish also has Max, where they're using ChatGPT, like an analogous refined version of an LLM. Perhaps, we don't know yet. And I was going to compare it to readily available, like OpenAI's ChatGPT. So that is where I'm evaluating the aspects of Duolingo with other things. So I no longer need or have any curiosity unless someone provides me a subjective. Well, time for Speakly. Eventually, I have to make time. Obviously, you can already tell I have capped. Like now I have reached the peak of my time. So now we have to think a little bit more strategically how to place these things in. And yeah, and if Speakly allows me, I'm gonna pull the gun here where I'm assuming Speakly is fine with people restreaming their content, right? That's kind of the concern here. So what I'm going to do is I'm probably just going to email them and ask at some point, because I like to, despite what other people are doing and what they may say or think, just because other people are like showing it and haven't had any repercussions, I prefer to talk to the devs, right? So I'll email, or maybe like customer support or something, where I would email them and say, hey, is it alright? Was it during my Persona gameplay the thing happened? No. This is about language learning. Poopy poop. We're talking about like Duolingo and WaniKani and stuff. The things I do before playing P5X. P5X, I've already addressed most of the things in my video. On day one, the part 1 video, I already addressed most of the frequently asked questions that I may encounter when it comes to P5X. And actually, I shared a little bit with Bree already about the current market and perceptions of live service models, free-to-play games, and the current modernization of the gacha system that's been normalized by MiHoYoverse at the moment. So those things, yeah, they're there. I haven't interacted with anyone that engaged in that type of talk yet. Are you specifically here because you saw Persona in the title or something? Or are you a language learner? Poopy poop. Are you familiar with WaniKani? Because maybe you like Persona games, and then the Persona games happen to be in Japanese, so that kind of ties in together. Yeah, I am looking forward to showing other things, Brie. Unlike that person that suggested that I don't do anything outside of whatever is being talked about on stream, I am slowly trying to build a resume, if you will, or a recorded experience of different types of apps in order to demonstrate that I've committed to the understanding of how apps work and how different methodologies work. Not necessarily because I want to reach a goal that other people prioritize, where is like non-analytical thinking. They want to reach a goal for competency of usage to express the way they think already. So that's perfectly acceptable for them. For myself, I'm not particularly weighing my entire value on how good my other languages are. I'm evaluating how they're promoting language learning. So for me, top priority is language learning, not language competency. Now, I can become indirectly competent while I'm doing it, so it's an extra. It's like all of the above. I think it still requires emphasis. That is very important to me when someone makes a distinction, and I'm not offended necessarily. Like, no one's gonna offend me if they say, oh, well, I think they're both the same. That's fair enough. For me, the learning part is something that is my life's pursuit, not necessarily what you're learning. What you're learning is fantastic. I just want to be clear to others that this might be one of those times where you got it wrong, but not in a bad way. It is statistically likely that someone who's using a language learning app would be most interested in the goal of the app, which is to create language competency. they're not in, like, a lot of people are not interested in the way they learn and the way they use the app. So yes, it would suck if you find someone who's been using Duolingo for a very long time and they haven't changed up the way they interact with Duolingo and, you know, elevate their thing, because they're not focused on the learning aspect. They're focused on the results, right? And it goes both ways. It goes both ways for the user and the people who are critiquing outside of the user. And yes, that's my attempt to be perfectly objective for both sides. Subjectively, one person is malicious, the other person is a victim. That is the subjective nature of that. It's very unfortunate that such a person has to encounter such negativity. So what do you think of those, having spent some time with learning apps? I cannot summarize most of that, but if you go to on YouTube, I've recorded all of these things and there are summaries along the way. So if you're interested in maybe something that deals with my thoughts in Duolingo Japanese, it is around day 300 was the last time I summarized something for Duolingo Japanese. Duolingo Spanish was the most recent one. It's a section 2 review around 60 days. If you're talking about WaniKani, day 100 review. If you're looking at Hanza Hero, day 100. Unfortunately, in order to summarize all those things, it would take me over 48 hours to summarize them. So I'm not going to. I'm going to say that they function really well, provided that they do not solely stand alone, because learning process is complex and it also involves a whole host of life skills that allows you to maintain consistency in developing a life skill. So learning apps capitalizes on that. One of the core principles of a learning app is to get you to habitually use the app, which is coincidentally one of the disciplines and life skills that one is required in order to acquire a language. So most apps, if you wanted a hot take, emphasizes on how to get the person to habitually use the app in the first place. And many of these apps have different approaches. Contextually, they have different, like semantically, they have different approaches to achieve this goal. So use a combination of as many apps as possible that gets you to habitually create a schedule that allows time for all those things while not sacrificing your well-being, like your mental health, your diet, and your sleep. If you can achieve that, then the stuff that I spend 40 hours or so summarizing is how do you create independence from those apps? Like, how do you stop using those apps, right? At some point, you want to be able to do all the things unaided. And for me, I'm demonstrating how I start, or how I personally, not other people, just myself, how I would start with an app, be consistent on an app, slowly bridge and develop and extract what that app does for me, and then move on from the app. And that stuff takes time. It takes like an hour every day, 2 hours every day, but I work towards extracting what I've learned from that app so I no longer become dependent on that app. And it's extracting how that app is teaching the material, not the material itself. The material itself isn't going anywhere. The Japanese language isn't going to suddenly become a new form of methodology or something overnight. In fact, I won't live long enough to see probably won't live long enough to see the Japanese language change fundamentally. They may change subtly, and that requires upkeep. So that's probably the long take here. When someone says, why are you using only this? It's like, I'm not. Also, you have to understand that when you use something, you use it long enough to extract the value from it before you move on to the next thing. And you can do multiple things at the same time and extract and correlate with them and complement at the same time. You make time for it. You can, if you want to use MAKU, right? Migaku and Yomitan and Boon Pro, while also juggling Anki and WaniKani. All the power to you. The question is, are you compensating for all the skills that they're replacing? And one of the core ones that language learning requires at the basis, show up for class. And Duolingo does that in spades. Now the question is, what did Duolingo do after they got your attention and make you show up for class? Did they teach you how to show up for class without someone telling you how to show up for class? That's one of my major criticisms for Duolingo. It doesn't teach you how to be regular, start a schedule, apply a schedule. It's expecting you to use the app forever to schedule yourself, because if you think that's helpful, that means you yourself do not have the skills or the life skills to create that discipline. Like WaniKani does the same. Most apps are there to remove the need to schedule your lessons, to be regular. And certain apps decide to use gamification to incentivize you to continue using the app. Others use metrics. You've learned 10 today, number goes up, keep doing it. Number keeps going up, keep doing it. Number goes up faster, even better. How do I get the number to go even faster? Right? And at some point, there's a difference between someone who understands 10 a day versus someone who keeps thinking they can go faster forever. So what do SRS like WaniKani do? They keep you level. Like, you want to go faster? Go find out how to do it yourself, because you don't have to go faster. This is a decent pace. Keep working at it. But there are other people like, oh, how do I go even faster? Right? And they find that. Eventually, if they're successful, excellent. If they burn out, that's of their own creation. Right? You want to doom scroll? You can doom scroll for 10 minutes. TikTok is not telling you like, oh, it's been 10 minutes since you've been doom scrolling. You should take a break, because we want to emphasize that there's independent thought out of doom scrolling. No, they do not do that. They tell you, they might say, oh, here's an ad break. It's like, that might get you to stop doom scrolling. It's like, well, yeah, sort of. Now doom scrolling is so prevalent that even ads don't stop them from keep doom scrolling. To me, that's a lack of discipline. But there's a big asterisk on this. If you're not an adult and there's no conceivable way that this person has adult oversight, then those kids that grow up to be adults do not develop the life skills for the discipline. So when you're learning a new language, ask yourself, right? For myself, I would ask the person, when was the last time you scheduled something regularly that's not part of your regular life or, your lifestyle at the moment? And then ask yourself, can you make room in your regular lifestyle to acquire a new life skill? Because learning a language may take up that time. And for my choices of how I do this is that I already stream. I already love video games. I already do a lot of things that deal with the language that I'm learning. So I'm not needing to make room for it. Oftentimes these language learning apps allows one to substitute something they already use. So if you're busy doom scrolling, you might as well replace it with Duolingo. Right? They compete in the nature of a skill that a lot of people no longer practice. They no longer practice restraint, scheduling their own things. In fact, I use Google Calendar all the time. Like, I no longer keep track of manually writing down things. So I don't have that skill anymore, or that skill has become under practice. I agree, but what about the effectiveness of it? What about the effectiveness? If you don't show up, you don't show up. If you're talking about learning apps being effective, they're effective if you use them. I'm sure you're asking for a more like detailed evaluation, like, oh, which one's best, as opposed to textbooks. Yeah, they're both effective. You're talking about making comparisons. Both. Use both. You make time for both. There's no as opposed. It's both. Which one is more regular for you? Do you find textbooks more approachable, or do you find apps more approachable? It's irrelevant if you decide that you don't show up because the context or nature of that source is efficacious or not. Textbooks can be more effective than apps if you like textbooks. Now, if you're talking about like their coverage, which is their content, if the textbook has more content than the app, then the textbook is more effective than the app. I think that's what you're talking about, in my opinion, if I'm being presumptuous. If you're talking about the efficacy, it's the content that you're referring to. Which one gives you more content? Well, a textbook is complete. An app about that textbook is the same app. Like, it's the same amount of content. So that question that you just asked me was the reason is what happened for most people. So if you're curious about what is the element behind what me and Bree were talking about, it's that prioritization. You are concerned with content and not the process of the content. The most effective thing is the thing that gives you all the information. If you want to adulterate and you agree, and the only thing you care about is content, is the thing that contains the most content. So the textbook covers JLPT 5 through 1, then it's effective for 5 through 1. If the app only covers 5 to 3, then the textbook is more effective than the app. Right? Because that's what you mean by effectiveness. To be clear, I'm making a presumption here. For me, that's not what creates efficacy. There are many things that contribute to efficacy. One of the dominant things is not the content. The content itself is immutable. It has a finite quality to it, a relative finite quality to it. And even then, it is not finite because we're learning natural languages. So natural languages can shift. But they don't shift in a way that learning strategies and designs and methodology shifts nowadays in the app world. The textbook's not going to shift because it's a traditional based, like, it's dogmatic. So if you like textbooks, go grab a textbook again because the experience doesn't dramatically change. So if textbooks worked before, go for that textbook. Reach for that textbook. What is important to me about efficacy stays subtextual here, because textbooks do not change very rapidly. So there is rarely a confusion in its learning strategy. So if you learned well in school, for example, take a class. The methodology there rarely changes. So if that worked before, it is likely to work again. It has not changed dramatically. In the app design world, it does change a lot. And it does vary ups and downs. So being able to understand the methodology and the methods are far more efficacious over time than understanding what content you're getting. Because the content does not change. Japanese will continue to remain Japanese. The question is, do you understand what type of methodology and processes work for you when you're looking for an app? Do you have a problem scheduling your own time to study? If you do, having an app and you don't want to learn how to do it, and you never think that's important anymore, find an app that schedules these things for you. You can look at their efficacy by the content that they offer, sure. So they cover N5 to N1. Now you understand I don't like scheduling my own time. So does that app schedule time to disperse this content for you? If yes, you might want to consider using that app. And then there are other things. Do you get bored of single methodologies all the time? Do you get bored of listening to something for a very extended period? What else is interesting to you when you try to learn a language? You like listening? Great. Find an app that does that while scheduling, because you have a problem scheduling. And it's like, do you like reading? Find an app that does reading, so it removes the need for you to find reading material if you're too strapped to find reading material. Now, do you get bored of the type of content they use to write about? Find an app that does that for you, because you no longer have those skills, or you don't care about those skills, right? If all of these things you're like, oh, I have skills to schedule time. I also know what I want to watch. I also love listening to things that I want to listen to, and listen and read only the things I care about. And you have all the skills to do that. You don't need an app that do any of those things. Now, if you're wondering, well, then what's the purpose of looking for an app? Find something that you didn't consider. Look for an app that is doing something with the same content, which is Japanese, and find interest in it. It's like, hey, I've never considered approaching learning language this way. I might as well do that. And then you learn a new skill. Meanwhile, the content stays the same. It's still Japanese. All that stuff, Japanese is still Japanese. How people speak naturally, that content is held consistent most of the time. Now, there is efficacy in terms of the authenticity of the content, and I don't address that because I'm not a native Japanese speaker, so I can't really emphasize that. And as a target language learner, generally speaking, the more knowledge you get, it's a plus. So if you learn something unnatural, it becomes the basis for something that is natural. So the efficacy is still the content, if you're referring to that type of thing. The thing I have been talking about since the beginning, and you can kind of imagine what that person said now. The idea is understand how you're learning and ask yourself, is it sufficient to learn that skill? If it is, go find those things. If you don't want to work on those skills anymore, use the things you already know, because you already know they're successful. If you think you're going to need new skills or things that are different because language learning simply is different in the learning process, then let's say learning how to craft baskets, right? If you think there are new things, go and explore for new learning methods, new things that complement you, and then take those skills with you. When you buy a subscription to a learning app, what did you learn that make that learning app unique? What is it worth its money? The content is not worth its money. It's how they distribute and use that content, because you can find content, the information, in any single form online. So what I pay for in WaniKani is to pay attention to what WaniKani is distributing the content, how they're using the content. When people focus on the end result of efficacy based on content, what WaniKani covers, if you go on wiki like WaniKani stats, you know the content that is WaniKani. So then you can compare it with a dictionary. Where would you go for efficacy if it's specifically based on non-methodology? And think, get a dictionary. That's it. And then you're saying, okay, but where am I going to learn about grammar? Buy a grammar book. All that content's there. Now, Are you going to be creative enough to make yourself want to engage with that grammar? Because you could pick up all the information. You could spend each day just reading all that information and then applying it. That's the old school manual way to do it. So the most efficacious way in the terms of content is the most complete content you can find. Now, the last time I checked, reading a dictionary and trying to memorize everything in a dictionary as opposed to using SRS like this, it's not for me. When I need to remember people's phone numbers, I don't go to a phone book and memorize all the phone numbers. I use them as reference. So the most efficacious way in terms of content is a reference book. So the closest thing to a reference book is a textbook. A reference book has no level of behavioral awareness and subjectivity that a textbook has. Then a textbook has even less emotional and subjective and methodological awareness than an app does in its basic principles. In fact, you can probably go from a textbook to a Wikipedia, and then a Wikipedia to an app. So the lower level you get, or the higher level you get, the more complex the learning process methodology has become. Thanks, Jazz, by the way. Hello. So ask yourself, where level are you in the complexity? If not, if you're solely basing it on content, read a dictionary. Read a dictionary. Read a transcript of everything people say. Right? Read someone that's reading the dictionary to you. Read someone's thing where they're reading off all the information that's contained in the Japanese language as monotone as possible or automated. Like, find a native Japanese speaker, if you can find one, who is willing to sit there and read the dictionary, give you an example sentence, and read it constantly over and over again, and then give you scenarios and then listen like that way. No form of engagement, just an unadulterated Japanese person, an actual live Japanese person who's willing to read that and encompass the entire comprehension, a comprehensive body of the Japanese language. That's probably the most efficacious when you remove the consideration for methodology. Yep, that's the greatest result in my opinion. So that's the most objective truth. Unfortunately, the last time I checked, humans, when they argue which one is more efficacious, or if they like this more than that, or if it's more useful than this, they're really talking about subjective metrics, right? And I kind of grow a little bit wary or concerned when there's no distinction between what is considered subjective and what is becoming objective. Like, for example, when someone says immersion is objectively the best method to do things, it's the most it's best because it's the most subjective things to do things. Reading a dictionary is the objectively most comprehensive way to learn all the most vocabulary in your target language. I don't think there's a person that I've seen and that said that, hey guys, I'm gonna start on a journey, let's read the dictionary together. And then once they're done with the dictionary, they'll pick up a grammar book that only just talks about the grammar structures and stuff, vanilla, and they just read and extract all the information from the dictionary and apply it to the grammar book. And then they will go and find and data mine all of the dialogue into transcripts and then have a native speaker read that to them verbatim. That might be a tool in the future, who knows. I learn my target language based on my objectives and my priorities. I like learning Japanese because it gives me a cultural connection or a cultural bridge to something that's been part of my life for a very long time. And I specifically prioritize activities that I can do every single day because I don't have to change my habits to do them. WaniKani is part of my streaming cycle because I stream every day. And then I play video games that happen to be in Japanese because I already do that. And then when I need to build new things, it's attached to things I already know works. So once I know how to use Duolingo on a regular basis, I decide to start WaniKani. And then since I extracted the information from Duolingo, I don't need to use Duolingo very much anymore. And now I can use WaniKani. And in the future, I'll probably use LLMs because I don't need the tools or skills from WaniKani or Duolingo anymore. They come with me. So when I engage in LLMs, I use what I learned from WaniKani and Duolingo in terms of methodology. So then I can develop even more strategies. LLMs give me the flexibility of applying what I learned from formal school. How do I learn the complex nuances and the jargon and semantics dealing with epigenetics and retrovirology in the field of genetics? I did something, and I'll apply them along with the things I've learned. In fact, I don't learn the way WaniKani creates mnemonics is not ideal for me. It's because I'm more practiced in a different way. Duolingo is very similar. But the coincidence here is Duolingo uses a methodology of association a lot closer to what I used before I started language learning. WaniKani is actually further away. And most people would say WaniKani is more efficacious than Duolingo. Surprise, surprise. I'm not surprised at all, right? Like surprise, surprise as an opposite. That I found that certain things that akin to formal education are more familiar to me than things that are new age. I should expect that. It's logical that the stuff that I practiced really well to become semi-successful in a formal education style, those that have formal education methodologies tend to work better initially. That does not mean that I cannot pick up the methodology for WaniKani, Anki, Yomitan, Boom Pro, and I will try to explore them. Graded readers, I did not learn by graded reading. That is not how I worked around graded reading. Like when you learn genetics and stuff, graded reading is not how genetics work. Like when you do conceptual things, there are no step-by-step process to go from like, oh, you can comprehend what an atom is because you know that an atom is a building block. Like you know what a building block is, so you think that you conceptually know what an atom is. It's kind of like that, but it's really comprehensible input. So you take something that you can semi-comprehend, and that's not a methodology, it's a theory of how people learn. They learn because they take concepts that they don't understand and wrap it around concepts that they do understand, sufficient enough to get the abstraction. What does that look like? SRS and everything else in app design. You take concepts and patterns that you already know and wrap them around the concepts that you don't, the abstractions that you don't. How efficacious they are is really based largely on what are the lifestyles and methods that you already have that are working. And then are you open to having more tools in your arsenal? You don't have to improve your learning methods anymore. if what you're learning achieves the sufficient satisfaction that you have. Now, the reason why the sufficient satisfaction is a phrase that I use more commonly now is because when you start to compare yourself with someone else, it creates insufficiency. Now, goobers, the vastness of goobers, decide to use comparative analyses with their learning strategies in order to create value systems based on that. So what does that look like? Oh, I'm learning like 10 times slower than this person because of content. And then therefore I must be doing something poorly. And that doesn't work. Well, you made progress, so it does work. The idea now is you're doing comparative analyses between two people based on a metric readout that has no consideration for the methodology differences. And what are methodology differences predicated on? Pre-selection. What is the selection factors for those people? If you're comparing yourself, you have to gauge what your selection factors are. Like, does a scientist with a background in formal education, like myself, have any characteristics that differs myself from you, whoever you may be? And then if we're both engaging with the same methodology or like the same app, are we engaging with that tool the same way? A rudimentary explanation, Occam's razor, like Occam's razor that is applied oftentimes to someone who is inexperienced, young, ambitious and youthful, would say that when you use a tool, everyone's using the tool the same way. That would be a reductive way to simplify things. So when someone says, I am learning slower, 10 times slower than this person, they're saying, we are the same people, we have the same background, and we also only use the tool in the way it is designed. And therefore, that means that person is somehow working 10 times faster than me. And that's not fair. Or that's a lie. Or that's a scam. Alternatively, if you are to assume that both parties uses the tool exactly the same, then something about that person makes them 10 times faster than you. Go ask that person what they do. Because then it is more valuable to understand what that person is doing, not the tool you're using. That is like using subjectivity and objectivity in concordance with each other. Now, it gets even more complicated. I should be diagramming things, but I'm not going to diagram these. At the moment, I should really be. So now, like for example, to illustrate the last example, this is what most people are reductively using. They're talking about a person A, and they're comparing themselves to a person B, and they're using a product X and comparing them to a product Y. Ask yourself, what are the statistical likelihoods that these things are comparable? And how they normalize this is they evaluate based on an output 0. I'm using numbers and letters to represent things. So the output is efficacy, or oftentimes in language is content. Right? Now ask yourself, how does this metric, a content readout, have anything to do with the app itself, characterizing the app itself, and the person itself? Right? It's already difficult enough that this content needs to normalize its pre-selection. But now you're talking about a different pre-selection interacting with a different app or like product while comparing these. This is an absurd. To me, I am not smart enough to even begin to think that this is a rational comparison. Like for myself personally, it's a skill issue. I understand. It's a skill issue. I do not have the ability to even, if someone is telling me this, and guess what? This is one of the most common ways that someone explains to me efficacy. I don't know how to spell efficacy. Effectiveness. We'll use effectiveness. That's what they want me to do. They want me to take A, related to, so we're talking about A pop now. An A pop and a B pop interacting with an X and a Y, and ask me to draw some lines. The answer is I can't answer that. So instead, I focus on, do you want to look at the level of the methodology and then start there, or we could talk about the people. We can compare and contrast the selection factor. And I try to touch upon what are the characteristics that you may want to pay attention to about yourself and the community that uses it as an information, and then understand the characteristics of the app X and Y and how you would interact with it, as opposed to comparing yourself to something else, because it would imply at different levels. You can normalize this. It is possible to get a semblance of it, not absolute, but it's a semblance. One thing you can do is understand yourself. So you understand yourself enough that you're part of APOP 1, and you then, with that understanding, you can find other APOPs and look at how they interact with X and Y, which is app X and app Y. Find that and then look at their interactions with that, right? From that step, you can then evaluate an output. And then you can go back to APOP 1, interact with Y, and find an output. And ultimately, then you can possibly make a comparison with their output. And that output is what I think experts try to tell you. So the question is, where is the limiting factor? This step. And one of the biggest downsides to things like Duolingo is they target A-pop through Z-pop. Their umbrella is huge. So in order for an app to be popular among many people, you have to target a characteristic that all of these populations are deficient in, because that's what that drives demand. What is something that A through Z pop lacks? And then the rest is history, because then you're using Duolingo at this level, right? But then someone would say, well, okay, but Anki's better. We have to follow the logic. Okay, so now we have to go back. Does Anki share the same population as Duolingo? No, it doesn't. And what I mean by that is it doesn't target the same population. Now, can a population be Duolingo and Anki? Yes, but if you follow the logic, if you find someone who's using Duolingo and Anki, go back to the population, because it will no longer be A pop. It'll be A maybe B pop plus C pop. So now you're talking about all of these people who use both Duolingo and Anki. And now your evaluation has to consider this. You have to consider this. So I can try to answer those questions. When someone says, hey, what do you think of Duolingo? Do you think it's efficacious? I would ask the person, what have you done before? What kind of things that you think you need for language learning to be successful? If you don't have an idea of these things yet, which can be very difficult when you're starting a language, I can give you some ideas. Duolingo's methodology targets particular characteristics, right? Right here, right here, right? They target a characteristic that speaks to a wider audience. What are those characteristics? We have characteristics of gamification. How do we break down gamification in the way it's done? There's incentivification, indirect competition, right? Cumulative, there's cumulative for like incentivification, cumulative progress tracking, right? Now you're thinking, okay, why does this kind of sound familiar to other things? Like how do cumulative progress tracking, what type of forms that they come in? Well, WaniKani has one. Yeah, WaniKani has one. Anki has one. Not Anki, the platform itself, but the people who make decks has one. Right? So, the most proliferative apps have the largest population, and the largest population selects and compares and interacts with the largest subpopulation. So Duolingo will likely rationally draw the most criticism because Duolingo has their hands in many populations, and many of those populations are likely going to interact with other apps. Meanwhile, apps that are designed, not even Anki, we'll talk about Satori Reader. Satori Reader, their population is like, if say Duolingo's population target is this big. So let's say Duolingo's population target is this big. It means that there's going to be a huge amount of characteristics that are not the target characteristics. So this is total characteristic is this big. But their target characteristic is something all of these people share. So maybe like this part, right? This is their target. And what is their target? It's probably motivation. Many of the things that relate to motivation. But if you have Satori Reader, it could be like this. Now, the nice thing about having a small target is it is a focus target. And when a focus target happens, there's less chance to overlap with other targets. And the reason why I'm differentiating between target and total characteristics is because the way they target their material, if it overlaps, this is where it creates a conflict of interest. So oftentimes I've experienced less people who say, oh, Satori Reader is comparable to Duolingo. Their target audience, the ones that are being targeted for being vocal, often sees a very tiny overlap. In fact, I would say the vast majority, like Satori Reader, would be like this. There's a tiny overlap. And that's not sufficient for me, someone who's very unpopular, to encounter a conflict of interest. Now, when we think of a Duolingo and then how Anki is being targeted, Anki, their target is bigger. So the most vocal minority will likely compare those contrasts. And then WaniKani's target is even more overlapped. So whenever WaniKani shows up on the screen, you will likely have to mention Anki. Now, despite the reality that Duolingo and other companies other apps have different
total mass of target audience, this isn't the greatest drawn to perspective stuff. Despite their varying reach of audience, their targeting is what creates the perspective of what they do. So now, what is the one thing that all of these have in common that an emotional person who does not, in my opinion, does not consider the difference between methodology, results, and even selection. Selection is technically the first step of methodology, but when none of this works, they think that content is what compares all of them. And yes, it does. All of these things have content. And the content is void of consideration of the methodology. It does not have any consideration of methodology. If you learned to pass JOPT1 in 3 months with one product, it's obviously the same as someone who spent 6 months passing JLPT1 with a different product because of the content. JLPT1 is evaluated based on its content. And occasionally someone will chime in and say, wait, do you know that, like, if you ask a person who love language learning, they would say, wait, but JLPT1 doesn't cover everything. And when they mean they don't cover everything, they're not talking about the content. They're talking about how the content is being used. Of course, it doesn't cover everything. And then they'll start thinking about the methods and the applications. Speaking. I don't know, reading manga. Sure, reading manga. Those are methods. Those are different ways in which the content is being used. It deals with a method. So when someone says, now here's where I can cater to the Duolingo criticizers, right? Duolingo, someone's gonna come at me and say, oh, Duolingo won't help you with conversation. Right? I agree. It doesn't. I mean, there's no conversation in Duolingo. You don't have conversations in Duolingo. You barely even read conversations in Duolingo. Thank you for your input. I'm glad you were able to see what is not there. Or what's not there because you found it somewhere else. Right? And then they'll ask, so then why are you using Duolingo? Exactly. The first thing I would have expected is, like, the first thing to establish rapport in a social skill is you may want to ask why the person is using Duolingo. And if you can answer that question already, then start with that. It's like, hey, are you using Duolingo? May I ask, are you, I want to see if I'm correct about this. Are you using Duolingo because something that exists? Notice how this is very different. When you go up to someone and say, oh, hey, Duolingo doesn't do this. It's like, yeah, I know. Okay, then what are you doing? But first, let me ask, how did you start your conversation? You just started by initiating a conversation in which you told someone that whatever they're doing doesn't help with whatever they're doing. Like, yeah, I would agree with you. It probably doesn't. But you just revealed your hand to me that no matter what I say next, you only care about a certain thing. But I'm going to try anyways, right? I'm going to try. I'm going to say, oh, well, Duolingo takes about 5 minutes. And 5 minutes, I could maybe retrain or engage in the vocabulary that I learned from WaniKani now. And now they're going to ask, oh, okay, so it has nothing to do with conversation. Sock in mouth. But instead, these vocal minority individuals say, well, that's not important. What's more important is then they double down on their asinine comment. Like, well, it's more important that you learn how to have native conversation, because the whole point of a language is whatever they believe in. I don't know if this sounds familiar, but this is the type of conversation I have. And also this illustrates, I told myself I was going to review what happened, Poopy, but this is what happened. This is exactly what happened. But it happened with less logic, less language, and less explaining. Someone came in and said, oh, hey, this guy's using Duolingo to study language, cry face, right? And I asked him, should I take you seriously, or do you actually want to talk to me in a respectful way so we can exchange ideas, to establish rapport? And the person's like, I'm genuinely confused. If you're using WaniKani, which they misnamed, by the way, they called it YomiKani, which is an entirely different thing. And actually, it's not even related to WaniKani in general. And then they said, you have Hanzahira. Well, that's okay. What about using Yomitan and Anki and whatever their favorite thing is? Like, well, who said I wasn't using them? Now, if you want to be considered a really well-spoken person, perhaps you should try showing the other person you actually spent time knowing how to be a well-spoken person. And in the end of the day, the person just called me weird and left, because they know that the more important thing is whatever they're doing. And that's how we come full circle. So when someone asks me, what do you think is most? I start by saying, okay, may I presume something? I want to assume, or be able to presume and then assume something about what you mean by this word, because efficacious is very different. Now, I did spend like 40 minutes explaining how I identify efficacious, and then now you're able to say, well, what about the other stuff? It's like, okay, may I assume you're talking about this stuff because I didn't mention anything about it. The question is, did you take anything from it? And then usually then this is where I would ask the person, what do you think? How do you prioritize things? But personally, I like when the other person shares already and it tells me that they have skin in it. This is probably one of the first stopgaps. Whenever someone starts with a share, it means like, dang, I have to double down. Because when someone starts a share, it's immediate like, oh man, I should share back. Because this person is already willing to put their reputation on the line. And that's awesome. That doesn't happen very often. This is like 5% of the time. 95% of the time, how a person, quote unquote, shares is they use other people's experiences. Because somehow, in the internet world we live in today, that's where all the credibility is. So, what does this look like? Make a joke about Duolingo. Because I would agree, probably over 95% of the internet would find that funny. It's a shame that I'm part of the minority. So instead, I asked the question, so do you mean that seriously? Because if you do mean it as a serious joke, I know how oxymoronic that sounds, then we really don't have much to talk about. So may I say that, and then the next question I would ask is, so how did you become interested in my Discord? because I pretty sure the last thing I would do is make light of Duolingo. So how'd you get here? And the person answered that. Like, oh, I just found your random Discord link somewhere. It's like, oh, I was gonna ask the person, like, where did you get it? Like, where was it? Because if that random Discord link is attracting people who can't understand the learning process, then that's disappointing. I would have to think about doing something about that, because it's a misrepresentation. It's misleading what I am. Like, I don't use Duolingo to get fast results on Japanese language learning or on the Japanese language. I use Duolingo to see how people are interacting or could or possibly interact with a tool that has a very, very high pop selection, right? I want to know how this population is interacting with Duo. Of course, there's a bigger population outside of that, a much bigger population. This isn't drawn to proportion, but this is the whole population, because not all people are technically, if I wanted to draw the scale, right, the population that is interested in language learning right now, which is apparently not the focus of other language learners, is probably like this. This is the rest of the world. This is the population, or a more realistic portrayal of people who want to learn a target language after they have a common language, right? It's actually probably much smaller than this, but let's just say this. And Duolingo happens to try to target all of this. Meanwhile, you have your Ankis, your Satori readers, your Speaklies, or actually no, I think Speakly is much larger, because they're branching quite a lot and they're integrating a lot of things, right? And then we have your Babbles, right? Actually, I think Babel is like this, and then we have your Pimslers, right? But then the ones that are most focused have lots of bias, strongest echo chambers, are the ones that are most targeted focus. And that is where you get Anki. This is where you get like Boon Pro. They're very focused. So when you have a focus group, you have lots of focus advantages and disadvantages. But since they have very focused advantages, what they do is they take a target like Duolingo and they focus on all their advantages. So whatever this thing is, they compare the best case scenario with their favorite app, X, and they compare it to the least favorite thing about target Y. So if their app focuses on dialogue, then they're gonna target, because it's very focused, it's easy, it's clarified, they're gonna focus on a target Y that lacks dialogue. Like, yeah, you're right. I have no problems agreeing with that. That is super logical, and it's also easy. Very easy, like the way they approach language learning. It's very easy, it's simplified, and it can be useful. It can be successful too. You can become fluent in Japanese being a very focused, targeted specialist. It's perfectly fine. You can feel like you're fluent in Japanese with that. Absolutely. So now the question is, what happens when someone who takes this type of world approach and challenges back the person? Usually these people leave because they're not interested, which makes sense. It really does make sense. What does Duolingo do that this group is not interested in? Gamification. They have no interest in gamification. So the first thing they would do as a defense is like, oh, gamification waters things down. It's like, do it. What do you think gamification serves in the process of language learning? It's like it doesn't serve anything. It's like exactly. That's why you think your app is the best. I agree. It's so logical and it's emotionally concordant. If you don't care about gamification, then you would hate Duolingo because gamification is part of its core. You don't have to understand what it does for other people, but you know that you don't need it. So that's sufficient enough. The question is, does that mean you understand how to do comparative analyses? Or better yet, be successful at running a multi-billion-dollar corporation? Or have any other skills beyond the skills that you care about? Or even developing skills that you have to develop and still choose not to. Like my favorite, social skills. So imagine my surprise when I talked to the occasional polyglot who's neither famous nor credible nor have any public record of them being polyglots and helping other people or teaching things, or have no public record of them going to a specific school that they claim, and then they come to me and talk to me like a specialist who know a lot of language. I agree with them. They typed a lot of different languages. That's great, but somehow they completely lack social skills. It takes a wild, in my opinion, pardon the language, it takes a wild, self-delusional person to think that you can swing around names and that just makes you smart. I didn't say stupid. That has nothing. Stupidity is not necessarily the opposite. Is not true. If you're not smart, that doesn't mean you're stupid. Okay, we're talking about this person wants to be smart and intelligent, but they use reductive reasoning and this one-sided double standard in order to illustrate that they're smart. I don't think they're stupid people by any stretch of the imagination. I think there are incredibly smart people who are not interested in the self-awareness of empathy. They are not interested in social skills. When was the last time you saw an extremely gifted person who does amazing things and people love to see them do things and invent things, when being deficient, quote unquote, deficient when they're comparing to another person who has different priorities and stuff, and they appear deficient, but more of a disinterest. So this person did not allocate time to social skill developments because it's not useful for them. Pragmatically speaking, they're so good at what they do, they don't require to develop these other skills. And that's cool. That's brilliant, even, to be like that. Doesn't make them comparatively reliable to do this. Like, if you have a specialist in physics, the last thing you think is, oh yeah, they're definitely nail chemistry right now if I go and approach them for chemistry. No, that's not how that works. It would take them time. It's like, hey, are you interested in chemistry? Because I love your physics stuff. Your physics stuff's great. May I ask, would you be interested in applying it to chemistry? I just want to share my enthusiasm and get your experience in the way and redefine chemistry for me, right? That is different from going around and saying, hey, my friend, you're doing it all wrong. I'm here. I'm just genuinely confused because I feel like I've done this the right way. Why aren't you using the right things? Like, well, that's an interesting question. May I ask, when you started language learning, what were your priorities? And perhaps getting to know you a little bit would allow me the opportunity to share what you don't know yet. but somehow you decided to assume all those things and act on it as though it was easy and focused. It's easy when your world looks like this. It's harder when your world becomes this, and this, and then this. What is that called? Well, that's usually indirectly referred to as the valley of despair, but that's only with requiring the skills we're talking about. This is when knowledge leads to uncertainty. Your cue the idiom where the more you know, the more you don't know, right? When your world becomes continuously bigger, it becomes less and less certain. So going back to the original question, but what about the effectiveness of the apps? It's very difficult to quantify. If at all, I can probably tell you maybe the world is this, the efficacy is this potential right here, and you want to achieve this potential. What I can tell you from my experience is whatever this is that represents duo. And from my experience with WaniKani, it's whatever this is with WaniKani. In fact, I'm not even done with these, so these things should be like this, because I don't know the extent of... I kind of see more of a cap now for Duolingo. And then I'm sort of trying to form the frameworks of WaniKani. And one day LLM might be this, right? And then maybe I'll make a Japanese friend somewhere and find out that the Japanese friend is like this because of his selection or her selection and whatnot. But then I add another Japanese friend, right? Or maybe then I find an English Japanese speaker who's like a foreign exchange, like an exchange partner, who maybe is like this. And one day I can fill it up with people. And what does this circle mean? What does this gigantic circle mean? This is the culmination of the people in the world. And one day you might be able to see that. I don't think I'll ever live to be arrogant enough to think that when I occupy a world like this in my worldview, and I'm continuing to try to reach for whatever other people have, that somehow at any point in my time, my world is bigger than the culmination of other people's worlds all put together. It takes a very strong arrogance, pride, and ignorance to think that you can do this all the time. You can look at the world this way when you interact with people. That's my bias-y. I quantify the world's content based on the people that occupy it, not the content itself. So when it comes to like English, the irony here is I can go to a person who is learning Japanese and they would say, oh yeah, native content. It's like, I know, native people, not content. Like the focus for me is native people. And also people is composed of non-natives and natives. And then non-natives compose rest of world. So when English learning Japanese going to native, eventually for me it's all of this because of people, not because of content. And the moment I make that connection with someone else that it's not the content, as in the thing they're focusing on, I form deeper bonds immediately. And if you're not interested in that, it's a loss for me for sure. But it's not a loss to the other person because they don't care. Like, I have to be real with that. Like, they don't care. It's not like they care about me. So why think about their comments? Because I can use it to show that I care. They don't care, but I could care. And hence the 2-hour digression into something that took like 10 minutes of my time yesterday. Literally took 10 minutes of my time yesterday. That person probably took even less time thinking about it. But I care. Because I don't want people to think about that of me. If you like French, tell me of a French movie. Tell me... I'm using Brie. I'm sorry, Brie. Tell me something about yourself. Because I can't learn French in the moment. I can't do things immediately. I don't belong to your group yet. But let's share something that brings us together. Instead of negating someone intentionally by saying you're different. Right? And that was the problem that I had. That person literally started their comment by saying, "Ooh, ill, you're using Duolingo, for shame." Does that mean you've never used Duolingo? And if you never used Duolingo, how do you know? So that person probably used Duolingo. They dropped it like a bad habit, and now that's their tenuous icebreaker. You know what that is? Or social skills. It doesn't have to be that way. But you definitely remove all sense of the doubt that you have any social skills. Even if that person is a millionaire, again, that person could be a millionaire, a CEO of a company, a really like a famous polyglot. I treat them as people that have tendencies and behavior of people. Fame, legacy, influence is fantastic, but I am interested in the person. So, yes, I do get starstruck sometimes, knowing that someone came by and all that. That's part of me as a person, but I wouldn't stop treating them as a person. And the people that are famous and whatnot, I hope that they don't necessarily treat other people the way that they want to treat them. Versus understanding the people and then maybe reaching a compromise or something, if there is a conflict of interest. So the next time someone says, you, define you as content, I probably try my best to define myself as a person first. And I would ask them questions. What kind of person are you? And allow them to explain it. That's different from acting on my own prejudices, which I have prejudices. I have profiles, right? I use the profiles to guide how I ask my questions in order to allow them to express themselves. Regardless of how accurate I am, it doesn't prove me right or wrong until that person expresses it themselves. And this goes deeper. Simply allowing someone to do it don't necessarily mean they can yet. Because in my line of focus for myself, it's been a while since I've met people who don't find this uncomfortable. who that's a double negative, sorry, who finds this comfortable in expressing themselves. For those who do, we just chat it up for nonstop. In fact, it is very hard to do, like, to stay on task when you meet two people who are able to express themselves and talk in a manner that is mutually back and forth. That's social skills, right? That is communication skills. And then you're wondering, well, what about people who monologue to themselves? They're having conversations with themselves. I didn't randomly have this all built up. Like, the stuff that I'm talking about now, it's not because I one day sat down and said I looked inside and all of this happened. Most of this conversation, most of this topic and these correlations and characteristics that I'm talking about is coming from streaming language learning. Or it's more like streaming and teaching and being in the public eye and interacting with people on a regular basis for like the majority of my life. In fact, there is one little gap when it comes to language learning that is unrelatable to a substantial number of people. I have to interact with my parents. With a different language. And not only that, I have to be the mediator for my parents with other people. So if you want to know what population I am associated with, I'm a product of multiculturalism. So when someone asks me, oh yeah, you're using Duolingo, you don't understand anything about language retention and the most appropriate way to learn for yourself, not for other people, because this is a double edge. This also means I need to make it clear to other people that my background is very different. However, that doesn't stop you from considering trying some of these things and emulating and finding your own variant of it. But I have made this clear in the beginning of every video that's now 100 plus days old or 300 days old. I am a minority population. That doesn't necessarily mean you can't take some of the aspects and then see if it works in a weirdly different way. But I spend most of my time in needing to mediate between cultures and languages. Of course, to this person, to this stranger, I'm no different than 95% of all the other people they believe are in the world. And when I mean 95%, it's their vision of what Duolingo users are like. That's how they started. That's how they started their perception. I challenged it, and nope, that perception it's not amenable outside of this. And what's even more interesting is it led into another conversation that another person has very specific things, but at least we had a conversation. Yeah, anyways. Now I'm going to finish the last review. I think there's one review left. Today is pretty alright. And then I'm going to go on to Hanzo Hero and then try to play Persona Phantom X. Alright. Thanks, Poopy Poop. And there's a grand silver lining to all of this. Despite however I may disagree with anyone that I've ever came across, I really do hope, and I know probably that they'll make it work. And that's what's so beautiful about humanity in general. I like to believe this is true. That despite them, I hope they find people that they don't have to explain anything. If you're terrible at expression, right? Being aware that you're terrible at expression, or you only express things a certain way, I think the internet has a great tool, or can serve as a great tool to find your circle that meets your needs. Your mileage may vary when you interact outside of of that circle, but I think the world is wonderfully big enough to coexist in some ways. Hopefully that doesn't lead to too many strife or conflict on your way to your goal. So in no ways did I say any of the things I said was at all necessary, really, to be happy, have friends, and like language learning. It's when you use it and interact with another person and bring them down. And that's what Bree was sharing an example of. It is when the people who spend most of the time in their circle and choosing willingly to interact with another person's circle, but they spent so much time in their inner circle that they either don't practice social skills or communication skills, or they have cared not to. And those are the times when there is an aggressor and a victim. Now, the victim is due to the consequences. I like to believe that people are not intentionally malicious for such things. So it's often born out of pride, arrogance, and ignorance, not targeted discrimination. I grew up, this is not an excuse, but one of the things I share a lot of times personally is I grew up with racism and discrimination. Racism continues to exist because that's how you distinguish between things, and that's perfectly fine. But I also experienced direct discrimination, and targeted discrimination is a very ugly aspect of the human condition, right? It's not to say that we're all void of these thoughts. It's humans collectively do this. They group things that are similar and they differentiate things that are different. And the idea is, even despite that, I think if that person stayed, the person I'm describing, we can still have a pretty amicable discussion, but it didn't happen. And I'm not really sweating over it. It did give me a really, really fun 2-hour digression today, though. And it will continue to be that way. Before I tell you within the first week, the first 3 weeks, someone else, I'm still waiting for that guy to pop up, but there was a guy that came up. I'll share with you a quick story. Someone came up and they came to me and they said, they probably studied Japanese for a while, and they said like, oh, hey, that Japanese have different subject, verb, object order. And I'm like, yes, I do. Thank you. I'm working on that now. It's like, whoa, look at here. This person thinks that he's been studying for 24 days. Dude, it's only been 24 days. It's not like you spent years. And like, I understand that. But you didn't ask me. You didn't say why you're telling me this. You just wanted to tell me this. It's like, well, yeah, Duolingo show, like, I don't even need Duolingo to show me that, but there it is. There's the example. And this person's like, well, you're welcome, because I was just trying to help. And I'm like, well, did you sit long enough to even see if I needed that information or not? Did you tell me because I was using Duolingo? It was later revealed that it was because they hate Duolingo, but sorry, spoilers for that. But much later down the line, they came back after like 3 or 4 months, and he's like, "Oh, did you have a conversation with a native Japanese person yet?" It's like, "No, I'm using Duolingo right now. I wouldn't be having what part of, like, are you just here to tell me what Duolingo doesn't do? Because I agree with you, but what does that have to do with the way you're interacting with me right now?" Right? It's easy to see what other people don't have if you're looking for it. It's another thing to see what you don't have when you're trying to explain other people's motivations that you don't understand. So it goes both ways. Communication is a two-way problem, or a two-way, I don't call it a problem, but a two-way adventure, right? If you want to you start fancy words and stuff, I'll use fancy words. Let's do it. Let's embrace the oddity. If you want to be sharp-witted and sarcastic, I can reciprocate too. One of us is going to start playing chicken at some point, and ultimately, I have nowhere to go. This is my accountability. Like, this is my accountability. What I say here, I have worked on this for a very long time, and I believe that if I can't stand behind the words I say today, the stuff that I said about human behavior and stuff, I would be lying. I would be misleading people. And if someone comes by and say, "You're completely wrong, here are some counterexamples," I want those. I want to hear counterexamples. I want to be able to reconcile things so that I'm even more emotionally stable. Or I could be emotionally unstable. I can try to be comforting when I can't empathize, because a singular person is unable to experience all these things all at once. And yesterday, I was talking to someone who is also multilingual after this interchange, and my thought was, I'm sorry, I can never empathize with the idea that you always use two language intertwined. It's very difficult for me to empathize with that. When someone says, don't you just find it really exhausting that you always have to translate in your head? Like, I can't. I really can't empathize with that. When I interact with my parents, I have to do this. Whenever I go out with my parents, I have to do this. I have to interpret, translate, the combination of the two. That's how I grew up. So excuse me for feeling unfeeling, but my understanding is I know it can be frustrating at the same time. However, may I share that it is also possible for a person to not feel that translating, interpreting nonstop is exhausting, like exhausting in a bad way. It can be exhausting in a desirable way, right? And that's where I'm here for. So my experience, honestly, I don't like being different. I like showing what is achievable, and I focus on things I can connect with people. However, when people ask me questions, that's when some of the things that I tend not to focus on comes out to light, right? And that is also on me. So if someone thinks that I'm suffering and struggling using Duolingo to learn a language, that's probably partially on me too, because that could be seen as a bait and switch, where, oh, he knew that everyone pigeonholes Duolingo users into a certain way, so he's doing this intentionally so that he can spend 2.5 hours criticizing something he can't possibly empathize with. That is fair. That is actually a very fair assessment. You can, the actions and interpretation can line up with that. However, it's part of the cake. It's part of the entire picture. My picture is, I want to show, which is ironic here, because I want to show that all of this stuff is achievable regardless of where you start. It's fun, it's positively exhausting. positively exhausting, not negatively exhausting. There's a lot of positive stress involved with it. However, that also welcomes people to reductively categorizing me. And I'm up for it. I'm up for that discussion. If it takes someone to notice me because they think I'm your average Duolingo user, then so be it. Let's have that be the starting discussion. And then maybe if we become friends or people we talk about as colleagues for a year, it would be a really fond memory. It's like, you remember that first time when we talked about it and I gave you the false impression that I'm a monolingual English speaker and then you thought I was a monolingual English speaker? Let's laugh about that. Let's talk about how that gave us the opportunity, because both of us were learning a language, to become friends or at least colleagues, some professional collaborator. And that's what I want to spend the rest of my life doing. It might not always be on Twitch, by the way. So, you know, it could change tomorrow. I could end up deciding I have a really good friend that gave me a job opportunity. Sorry guys, I'm moving on to the job opportunity. It can happen. But while that's not happening now, I want to own, manage, and stand behind most of my words. I don't run from my words. So when someone comes to see me, I have nowhere else to go. So I'm obviously going to stand my ground and try my best to be agreeable and understanding. So that person came to my Discord, or as my as it can be, because it technically belongs to the company, the Discord. And then my channel, which technically still is owned by the others, so it's as mine as intellectual things go, as I suppose. But I have nowhere to go. So I most certainly will try my best not to make myself a target, and I'll try my best to be as agreeable and empathetic as I can. Right. Hello there, Jesu. Yep. And that's what I wanted to say today. It was a fine interaction. Was it a common one? It was quite a common one. It was very common. I learned so much from those who actually explain things to me, though. I know what Yomitan does, and I actually had someone describe how they use Yomitan and how you can lift a lot of that into Anki, so then it becomes very convenient. Yomitan is like a plugin that allows you to extract whatever it is on your browser, right? And then you can use that to export it into Anki. So whenever you find like a word or something, it's very convenient to create databases when you're exploring different websites. So you can do that in real time. That's pretty great. I already mentioned MAKU that same day, actually, by coincidence. That same day I mentioned MAKU, and how Satori Reader can be a different version, like a different input style than MAKU. Satori Reader is great at reading. So Todaku is a free graded reader source that was introduced by another person way back. You can also check that out to really get an idea of if Satori Reader is for you. So for those Japanese language. And then Boonpro. Lots of particular individuals who no longer talk to me, right? Because they have busy lives or they have conflict of interest, what have you. Boonpro, I have a special thing at the end of the year. It's kind of part of the 2026. I've been teasing that for a while. So Boonpro, when people say, oh, but you need to learn some grammar, or what do you do for grammar? I'm like, yeah, I have something for that, but it takes time, and it also takes opportunities. And then we might do something different, because Bree here has made it very very incentive to find new ways, right? Most of the stuff that I'm planning is not all set in stone, so you leave room for plan E and plan F and whatnot. You learn French and I'll learn Spanish. Yeah, I know, right? So if you're not into that, I hope you find some, for that person out there, the person that left. Maybe they didn't care anymore. They went to bed and they just forgot whatever happened yesterday. Perfectly all right. But to that person, I hope they find whatever suits their fancy. I like to have my fingers crossed. I hope it's not the expense of another person's enthusiasm about language learning. That is something that I like to think doesn't happen too often. You want to encourage language learning? Probably not the wisest to start by projecting all your insecurities onto another person. Yeah, I don't think everyone is ready for that. For myself, feel free. I think since my skin in language learning is not as big as my skin in learning and communication skills and social skills, feel free. I always say it at the end of my outros. Come on by. Dump your insecurities. Express them. Let's explore. If you're willing to publicly stand behind and stuff like that, I can only imagine what a great guy, what a great person and compassionate person you are underneath. Because most of the time, people who are able to elegantly explain and divulge their wisdom is coming from a place of trying to reach empathy. Or maybe they heard a hot take from their favorite YouTuber that said something along the lines of, how do you retain something? Try explaining it to someone else. You can bumble, stumble, go to your friend and try to explain the thing you just learned. You'd be surprised how efficacious it is when suddenly you have gotten ownership, both objectively and subjectively, the responsibility of explaining what you have learned. It's incredibly empowering, and you don't have to be a teacher or want to teach like me as a calling to leverage the ability to explain things to other people. It's a fantastic way to not have to go to an app and help you retain it. Explain it to someone else. So whenever I'm explaining what WaniKani is to another person, or Boonpro, or Yomitan, or explain what I don't know about Yomitan, or what other people told me about Yomitan and stuff, it demonstrates to me and it reminds me and the other person what I know and what I don't know about the things I'm using. The question is, do you have ownership of doing that yourself? I stream this stuff because it holds me responsible. In order to do an excellent job that I want, because of my integrity, I must come up with a reasonable way to explain my thoughts and what I'm getting from it. And yes, Duolingo doesn't make you a native speaker. Doesn't even do anything of that sort. So it also grounds you in objective truths, right? Like, if I say Duolingo has gives you the capacity to do native conversation, do I have evidence of it? No. So I wouldn't say such a thing. In fact, I'm even inclined to even suggest that Duolingo, it has a very deficient onyomi presence in their Japanese course, or onyomi priorities. It would be really awesome if someone took those things and made a Japanese Chinese course. I would love a Japanese Chinese crosstalk app. I think that might be something I would, if I find a collaborator who wants to make this a vision, I think I would collaborate on that. I would love to become an advisor in combining, using an English interface, explaining and collaborating and cross-talking Japanese and Chinese together in one app. That would be awesome. Or Spanish and French together, right? As opposed to modularity. The thing that would represent a lot of what goes on in my head is having an app, right, that is unlike other apps, because then people can use that app along with other apps. Back to what I was saying earlier. If you know what you need or what you could be curious about, go for that in an app. At the end of the day, if you're evaluating on content, pick up a dictionary and then go outside in the world and just immerse, right? That's kind of where they're going. It's like, yeah, that's for the content. But if you're interested in what works for you as a learning thing, or you want to explore other ways to learn, one thing that I do see, that I don't see but know it could be, is a crosstalk app. An app that completely focuses on how language crosstalk with each other. And how do you manage those crosstalk? That's me. I spend most of my time managing crosstalk, not running away from crosstalk. So the question is that quote unquote efficacious or viable method? I don't know yet. We should find out if that's a method or not. What I can tell you from my anecdotal life is I spend 90 to 100% of the time thinking in crosstalk. I don't think in modularity. So like I don't modulate thinking this is Japanese. I modulate this, I crosstalk this thinking this can be Chinese or Japanese. And it comes with convenience, whatever the convenience is. It would be really awesome to have an app that teaches people or gives people implicitly an idea. Okay, well, they can't stay focused, right? One of the deficits right now is people believe or are very practiced that they can't focus. If they learn two languages that look exactly alike, or two languages that uses the same symbol representation, it will constantly interfere, and it would make them stop wanting to learn two languages at once, or even consider the idea that they can reinforce each other, right, in a different skill set. I want to test that theory. I want to, instead of going away from it, I'm kind of curious how well it works forwards it. And despite if that product fails, I would have loved the experience that I would gain from it. Now, that is a very terrible business proposition for anyone who's developing an app. Hey, do you want to come with me on a journey and realize this product with you, and we'll put both our skins on the line, and it could blow up in our face because it could be the worst product ever, but at least we tried to do something differently that seems like it can address something. And that's the type of products that you typically talk about if they succeed. What was Amazon? I would really encourage, personally, I would really encourage people to watch a documentary on Bezos, on when he was talking about the market stuff and how he was setting up Amazon. It was going at the face of commerce, and they might not ever work out. The things that swing for the fences, the stuff that don't succeed, you never hear from them again, right? What's a great one? A-Tracks. Are you guys familiar with A-Tracks? If you're not, then you might want to start looking into MP3s. or what's a good one? Blu-ray. You might want to look into Blu-ray. Like that's the type of things. And I think a lifetime, you gotta swing for the fences sometimes. especially when you're thinking creatively, right? It works out, sometimes it doesn't. My plug is, I'm looking, if there's a product that I want to take a chance at, is a product that puts crosstalk front and center, where they ingrain and focuses on the principle of negotiating, knowing two different languages that are related at the same time, and then using those skills that make understanding the similarities between languages as a defining feature in acquiring new languages, as opposed to looking for differentiations or like separation between the language. And then using a laddered method that is often underbaked. It's more like people are looking at the content itself, right? One language is less than two languages. Totally understandable. But what about being conversational in two languages versus being a master in one language? That would be a really wonderful plug for an app that focuses on being interested in finding conversational adequacy, like sufficiency, versus the mastery of a language, where they intentionally leverage the intersection between those languages. So we're talking about a romance language app, but not just a language app that has modular things attached to each romance languages and then keep them separate. Is like when you're learning something, right? First it translates in English. It's like, wait a minute, now it's starting to translate in French, but or it's starting to translate in Spanish because you said you wanted to learn Spanish, but you were learning French, but now they're showing you French, right? The same French prompt, but you need to translate it to Spanish. That's what I do in my head, intentionally. But like, I'm translating these things to Chinese, not Japanese, or not English. And then once I translate it into Chinese, I then translate it into English. That's what I do most of the time. In Hanzo Hero, I think of the Japanese, and then think of the English. And yes, you will be much slower learning any one language. The idea is sufficiency and not mastery. So I would love to see what that looks like. I would love to see if anything changes about the outlook of a person and their language proficiency when they think of the idea of speaking and integrating more than one language as they're learning a language, and constantly focusing on the idea that they will always prioritize one language. So like, and it's an uphill battle. It's probably gonna suck in the beginning, like super suck, because you're asking someone who is likely monolingual, have a monolingual mindset, and you're asking them to be like, okay, not only do you have to learn the content of your target language, now we're encouraging you to switch a different mindset in order to prepare you for the future, knowing that you can speak two languages by the end of this journey or in the middle of this journey. So how will that help? How will that help you acquire the language? Because one of the mindsets that shift eventually in a person who knows more than one language is the idea that they are commanding two languages as though they are commanding one language. So I always wondered, and I don't know the answer to this. I want someone to rigorously test this answer, but in a way that isn't like human experimentation. Anyways, is the idea that if you get someone to focus on the idea that you will always think about two different languages, like operating in two different languages all the time, how will that impact the overall transition when you actually do command more than 2 languages? And then how do you maintain that interest without losing the maintenance of one of those languages? So that would be a really fun thought experiment. And for someone who has the money or the privilege or something like that, that sounds like normalizing something that doesn't exist right now, except for countries that have multiple languages from the start. And that is to transition humans to have the ability to speak in more than one language. For the record, you might be thinking, humans don't normally speak in 2 different languages. They do. They do. With practice. And you might be thinking, then what do you mean? Like monolingual people don't speak 2 languages? Certain monolingual people do speak in multiple languages. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, it's largely perhaps they're not interested in doing that. For example, when I walk into the university each day, I don't speak the same English that I speak. There's code switching. Code switching is something that humans do very effectively despite speaking one language. How do you speak to your friends? And how do you speak to your parents? And you might be thinking, well, they're speaking the same language. They don't have to learn. They have to learn how the same, very similar elements lead to different compartmentalized uses. If you have 2 related languages, it's even more differentiable than that. When you're speaking French and Spanish, there are nuances between them that draws even more differences. But that also means you can draw the similarities in order to find that resolution. So the way you talk to your parents and the way you talk to your friends, 2 different compartmentalized languages. You might even say they're 2 different dialects. Right? So I often wondered, what is that like? What would that look like on an app? And this is what language learning has taught me that I didn't really consider. In my opinion, I hadn't considered, oh man, I could have done this from the start. But hear me out. Is there an app like that? No, there isn't. Feel free, polyglots out there, you know. But I haven't found a polyglot that also believes that either. I think the closest thing I found when it comes to polyglots who are making products and stuff is the dogmatic way of saying, you know, you do it in series, right? The closest thing I find to the whole like simultaneous crosstalk thing is when you're watching multilingual, multicultural people. So when you like watch multicultural couples and or people in diverse countries that have to do this, that's one of those things that you hear the gag, right? You think of it as a gag where maybe you have a couple where one partner is from a monocultural country and that person from a multicultural country, and then they talk and they always make skits. You know, they would say, look at what my wife or husband does, and then they would shift from like 4 different languages, and then they would make like a comment like, what is happening in your brain? Like what type of brain is that? Like it's a human brain. And that's really cool that human brains can do that. Is it seen as an appropriate use of your time? I've met a couple people so far, but they just happen to already have done it. Like they grew up doing that. So I've always wondered, is it possible then later down the line? Because ultimately, what is the goal you want to reach? Like some people say, your goal is to talk in the native language in a country, right? Yeah, but that's exchanging one mono language for another language, right? You move to Japan and yeah, you're going to speak Japanese most of the time. Maybe you can choose to compartmentalize that from your private home, right? And yeah, you're going to still feel fluent in both those cases. But what happens if you prioritize the idea that you're just going to do both for the rest of your life? That involves the maintenance of one of them regardless of the time. And that's nice, no? However, if you have to move, if you're going to plan on moving to a country, then yeah, I totally agree with you. If that country is monolingual, it's far more pragmatic to stick with the idea of monolingual. But what if you're staying? Like, what if you don't want to move to that country? And so what is the natural environment that you'll have? You'll continue to use your current language and the other language. So how do you negotiate that? You make room for the other language until you can remove all those boundaries and then do it naturally. It's like, what is that? That's the state I'm talking about when you're always constantly thinking in two languages. The reason why I stress this is largely if you continue to live in a country where you're learning a target language and that's not the target language that you're used to, like that are around you, then you're gonna go on the internet to interact with the other language. But the internet uses more than one language. That is the habitual nature of the internet, not the ideal case where you're going to move to Japan or only go to the part of the internet where they only speak one language. Then you'll feel like a foreigner. You'll always be excommunicated in some way emotionally, not literally, but you're going to feel like you don't belong because you belong to groups of multilingual people. What do those people look like? They, in my opinion, the ones that love language learning and love the idea of spending a lot of time learning multiple languages, I don't think it's the same as someone who has a primary language and a secondary language based on their interest. I think they are looking for people who prefer to go back and forth between languages, and they are even fewer than monolingual cultures. I mean, they are definitely rarer than native Japanese speakers. People who like to talk in both English and Japanese are definitely rarer than Japanese speakers. So that's what we're here to cultivate, at least in my opinion. That's who I want to meet. I want to meet that Japanese person who is incredibly enthusiastic about using their English too. And then we can be exchange partners, because I'm gonna say some really, really cringy things to you in Japanese, but you know that is awesome because you're going to say incredibly cringy things in English to me, and that is awesome because at some point both of us are going to be inherently cringy towards each other, but soon it will become less of an accident and more of an intention. Yeah, a very different thing. A minority wanting to have a minority experience with language learning. Who would have thought that would be something that exists on Twitch? I'm not I would love to meet, like, if Twitch or some other service, call it a pre-selection, if there's a live service or a live stream place where despite how small the population is, a company is interested in home brewing another type of methodology or home brewing another type of perspective, I would totally be on board. You go to a place where expectations are in line, that yes, people shoot back and forth in different languages and that is the social norm. That would be really awesome. When someone comes up to me and say, when are you going to do a Japanese only stream? That is not what I'm talking about. That is the normal dogmatic way of looking at language right now. And I respect that. I respect that that would be what it is, because right now the reality is that's how language works. Language works when people think of onlys and ones and twos. And not interesting, you've done something kind of similar with Duo. You dabble for about 5 minutes when selecting your language as French and learning Spanish from it. Exactly. And my interest, our interest, Bree, is because French is related to Spanish. I earnestly think we wouldn't have gotten to this, gotten to the the connection we have if we didn't both already been connected to a Romance language. Like, there's not much about Chinese and Japanese that I could really convince you out of your interest in French, but because I still continue to use English, right? Because I continue to use English to see the connection between Japanese and Chinese, I could make it relatable to you through English. So then how do I encourage someone to pick up Japanese and Chinese? Through English. But others may argue, well, you convince other people to be interested in Chinese and Japanese by using Chinese and Japanese. Like, I guess. But that's not how people got interested in Chinese and Japanese. You might be thinking, yeah, it is. That's how anime. Do you know that anime is not just the Japanese language? Like, culture is not just the language. It's multifaceted. The things that people like. How do I know? What's a good counterexample to this idea? There are people who have absolutely zero interest in learning Japanese, and yet they continue to think that Japanese anime is the best sounding thing ever. That is a counterexample for how people can compartmentalize, right? So yes, you can most definitely convince someone an interest in something by using a bridging interest. And how that's how video games work, entertainment, creative arts. So yes, most definitely that also means having an app that focuses on the relationship between relatable languages might end up having someone bridge the gap of showing that you not only have to dispense with sacrificing a language or compromising with a language. You can become sufficient in multiple languages, but with the compromise of the mastery of one of them. And I like to see that a thing in the future. Or maybe it never becomes a thing because, I don't know, AI replaces all forms of human interaction. But for myself, I'm waiting to see someone who goes beyond that. If anyone out there is like, nah, this already exists, I want to know. Give me a heads up. Drop a name, I guess. Or if you're really willing to explain how it tackles my aspiration or captures my aspiration of crosstalk. In fact, this is probably my public advertisement. If there is anyone who thinks they are going to make a product and or has a product like that, I'm on board. And if you give me the clear to showcase that, I will drop whatever I'm doing now to see how that works. Right? I mean, I'm not really that special or that popular, or there's no incentive or monetization or like financial kickback for this other person. So it would be even more impressive if whatever I say here makes this person took a chance on me, because that also means they're not in it for the money either, because there's not much influence to be gained from me other than, hey, I am interested in targeting multilingual simultaneous acquisitioners who are interested in learning a target language much later in their life in order to test my product to see if we can integrate what it's like to be a simultaneous acquisitioner, like a heritage speaker, but also see if we can get people to flip their mindset into heritage speaking while they're acquiring their second language, and leverage the thing that makes heritage speaking so much more common when it comes to multilingualism than those who go through rigorous, constant battle and very respectfully, because I kind of understand that, at a much later life to become multilingual, right? And then see if there's and then they can sample people who were later multilingual and use their product to see what that's like, and then their target audience, which would be people who are monolingual, and see if there's a conversion point between someone who is monolingual, multilingual later in life, testing their product, versus someone who is a heritage speaker testing their product, which is a very small population. I might even think it's probably a slightly larger population than people who are monolingual at a later life, right? And then there are people in the middle, which are people who grew up in a country where they emphasize a secondary language, whichever that might be. Most of the time, technically the secondary language in the environment would be like English, because if the national language is not English, English would be the secondary language. So you have this whole spectrum, and then you apply it to the very last one, which is monolingualism, and see how that product carries. Because the state that the monolingual mindset would be any one of those three. The mindset of the heritage speaker, the mindset of the secondary, primary, formal education sorting, like Germany, where they have English classes in the classroom sometime along their childhood, right? And then adults who acquire a second language much later in life. It's going to be one of those three. Now, the question is, if you have a product that focuses on aspects of heritage speaking and or maybe like super early childhood, double acquisition, does that lead them to become the third group, which is the adult becoming monolingual by default, or do they have some sort of transformative, quote unquote, selective advantage for specific people? I'm not talking about everyone, but if that is a way to approach something, I'm all for it. It's one of those things, I look at all these apps and not any one of them really captures the aspect that I spend most of my life in. Like, I'm genuinely curious how, if heritage speakers are ever interested, like lots of different heritage speakers, how are they reconciling, projecting what it's like to have such a strong affinity for a language without necessarily understanding all the nitty-gritties and the elements of the stuff of what people focus on when it comes to the content of the language. I still can't quite pinpoint why when I hear something it sounds wrong, but I rely on that quite a lot, not because I learned it from Japanese, that element of connecting sounds together and stuff has come from the nature of knowing languages, not necessarily from the aspect of the language itself at first. So when a monolingual person goes to learn their first language, that comparison and contrast becomes something they trained, and they become more emphatic, like practice, and they create those connections. Like, oh, hey, oh, you know what? This kind of sounds like this word. It's like, I know, right? That's the feeling that I have most of the time when someone says, oh, hey, a Jew. Why does that sound like Jew? Like, what does Jew mean? It means live. And it's like, no, it doesn't mean live in a different language. It's like, I know, right? That's what it's like. And I think that's one of the fun parts. That's one of the things an app can emphasize to make it fun. Does any of those previous apps do that? No, it actually doesn't. The closest thing is inspired off mnemonics. So WaniKani does do that. They try to take near rhymes of English words and then combine them to remind you of Japanese words. So does Hanzahiro, actually. This sounds like this. And what does that sound like? That's mnemonics building. But let's take it one step further. How can you incorporate mnemonics building with the similarity of group languages? It could end up being that whatever you sacrifice to master a language means that you can be adequately above average in 2 languages. And that would be awesome, wouldn't it? Like, it might even appeal to someone when they're quantifying volume. Like, oh, hey, I just passed JOPT1. It's like, well, I just passed C1 in 2 different Romance languages in the same time. You can still make an attractive business advertisement. The idea is holistics. When you have holistics, there's diminished return when people are trying to look at the overall, like, it's not one-to-one. It's not a arithmetic relationship when it comes to developing skills. There's diminished return that's asymptotic with the time when you're looking at mastering a skill. So leverage the other thing. If someone is not interested in mastering a language, what could they do that would double their output, or like have a seemingly nice output, while giving them the motivation that they're working on more than just that, so that reinforces the mindset of the skill that I would like to encourage other people to try, and that is to optimize your life, optimize skills. So if you're learning French, and if learning something else is killing 2 birds with 1 stone at a slightly diminished, like as a slightly invested additional investment, but it would negate the diminished return coming from focusing on one thing, that is optimizing. That is how one optimizes life, right? If life throws you lemon, you make lemonade, or a lemon popsicle, or lemon jam, or a lemon cake. Doesn't have to just be lemonade. Just saying. Just a thought. I don't know what that looks like. Who knows? It might be entirely irrelevant once, because of technology, but that's what I'm thinking now. That I don't see. I would be very interested. Very interested. Duolingo kinda tries to do this, but they're connecting it not at the language level. They're connecting at the gamification level. So they're selecting the population, and that's what makes it common. Lemon meringue pie, indeed. Like, that's the part that I like about Duolingo in terms of like one of the few parts that I like about Duolingo in terms of behavioral management, where the idea is they're focusing on, despite modularly making all the language modules, instead of looking at intersecting them in reiterating the language, the implicit nature is the modularity makes it so they're already relatable. The Spanish course is very much like the French course, which is very much like the English course, which is very much like the Japanese course, outside of diminishing features, right? The story that was included in the Japanese course was already included in the Spanish course and the French course and so on. So that modularity creates a repetition, and most people see that as a waste of time because they're like, oh, that's just lazy stuff. They just basically cookie cutter this to that to that. Like, well, yes. So how do you use that? Can that be useful? It can. Have you guys ever read a bilingual book before, where the left page is in one language and the right page is the same page in a different language? I don't know if you ever looked at that type of thing, or have you seen bilingual subtitles, where your target language that you're interested in reading is slightly larger than the smaller subtitle right above it that is your secondary language, but it's your primary language that's used to help with the target language that you're looking at. And in reality, that is an adaptation of what used to be in like Cantonese in Hong Kong entertainment, where there's Mandarin, and above that there's multiple tracks of subtitles, and sometimes I used to find English above the Mandarin and or Cantonese. So like these things are possible. It's really cool to be able to do that, and that's how I learned, by the way. I'm trying my best to do the things that everyone else is doing, right? Because that's what normal people want to try to do. They try to do whatever is trendy, right? Or whatever is really reliable. The all reliable is I sit there, I turn off the subtitles, and I just listen to the Japanese. Use the and I do that. Yes, I do that. However, many times I would be reading multiple tracks of subtitles, banking up and down. Like immediately when I hear something unfamiliar, I would look towards the thing that helps me not unfamiliar, and then I would continue reading the same track. The same track would be the track that's reflected in the, so like Japanese subtitles will reflect the Japanese dialogue, but the moment I hit something, I'm like, okay, well there's English. So a lot of people say, well, why don't you use Yomitan, right? You don't necessarily have to do that. You could find two sources that have those two available and do it that way too. So there are many ways to approach this. But Yomitan is one of those things, like having a plugin that translates everything and then you can click on anything in case you don't know what it means in order to teach you that thing. Yeah, those are different ways. That's effectively trying to think in two languages all the time, right? You always have the restful confidence that two language, like here's another great two language thing. I think it's dealing with WaniKani. Some people extracted the API from WaniKani, and then when you're looking at websites and stuff, you can replace all the words with kanji or with Japanese words that you've learned from a source. And then now you're reading hybrid. You're reading hybrid language, where you know all the words that you're supposed to know, all the things that you're supposed to know, and everything else is filled in with another language that you already know really well. And that's how I read things. And you might be thinking, well, what about grammar? It will be nonsensical. That's not how that feels most of the time. It really isn't. At least to me. Like, personally, I can't really... It's difficult to describe, but despite Japanese's like nuance that it can become unintelligible when certain things are missed, from a person who knows the relationship between multiple languages, you substitute, and those substitutes become pretty agreeable in the context of that person speaking. So yes, despite this being in a different order in English, right? And the relationship in English, you can... Oh yeah, there's an extension for Chrome that does that kind of hybrid thing, and it's called Toucan. Oh, interesting. That's a cute name. Toucan. Yeah, there's one for each language as well. And then you can sync it up with like... There's even incredible ones where people had started syncing it up with Anki, right? So like there's a way to only display things that you have learned so far, so you're reinforcing things you learned so far, so it doesn't stop you from being so it doesn't overexhaust you in the day when you're trying to apply the things you learned. So then you can compartmentalize or try to focus on things you already know and reinforce that, because it gives you an idea of placing the things you've learned and how important they are to you, right? Because over time, you'll know that when you go back to your SRS or something, it's like, oh, this word is weak. Why is it weak? Do you know? And then that's why I was doing the Hanzi Hero thing, where I say, oh, I'm going to block this out, or I'm going to block this out because I can't see myself using this case. But if I do truly need to know it, I'll keep a reference book in my hand or something, or ask the person, hey, what does this mean? Because I expect myself to ask, what does this mean? Because I won't be using it. Like the word trellis, pillory, what was it? Brandish. The other day we were talking about the word brandish. Like, I mean, it's an English word for sure. But outside of this very moment, or the last moment, that word probably didn't exist unless I heard it. And at the same time, when it occurs, you're like, it's probably in a context that you might be able to figure it out, right? That's comprehensible input. Okay. All right. Now we good. Now we do this, and hopefully I get to play a little bit of Phantom X before the end of the day. Okay. Yeah, I hope that was satisfactory. Yeah, I really can't. I'm trying to get faster at explaining these things, but I don't think that makes up for whenever I try to be concise and say like some objective thing very quickly. I have this urge to say that's not good enough. I need to add anecdotes. I need to make it emotionally impactful. It has to be dynamic. I can't just sit around and sound like for example, I can't sit around standing like this telling me that, well, this language has 100 words and that language has 100 words. And if 100 words is in one language and 100 words is in another language, then they're equal. That's not me. Like I can't do that anymore. Or I don't think it's the type of branding or type of representation that I want other people to get used to. Life is way too dull, I would say, for some people already. Spike it with a bit of eccentricity. If not, I'll provide some of it. So that's... If you're already getting excited, like, but I disagree, Maku, I disagree with everything, share it. Share it. Go respectfully, write down all your thoughts right now. Anything you found very objectable, but explain it to me in a manner that your goal is to allow me to understand your point of view. Do it, and then we'll send it forward. And in the future, what I can say is, hey, guys, I have this perspective, but hey, I have a colleague of mine. This person started, they wrote all their things, and then they made a counter to mine. Go check them out, because one of us would be a better match for you. And then there's gonna be a third, then a fourth, then a fifth, and we're talking about the peer review process in content creation. Oh, I hope I live long enough to truly see that. Right now, that's not how content creation is created. Content creation is created in a bubble, and then when that bubble suddenly runs out of space overlapping with another bubble, one of the bubbles is going to pop. And then when they pop, there's a chain reaction of drama. There isn't a strict vetted process for peer review in terms of the gigantic sphere of content creation. Like absolute gigantic sphere. However, in science, despite how big science is, there's still an element of standardization for peer review process, right? And that took hundreds of years to acclimate to what we would say as mildly evolving technology. We now live in a digital age where technology is outpacing human adaptation for behavioral models and whatnot. So it'll be interesting if I live long enough to see that there's adequate peer review process. So, comment sections would no longer be called comment sections. They would be two different types. There's a review section and a comment section, right? Then there would like some sort of division and vetting process involved in the discussion section. You can see it churning right now. Like members only, right? Subscribe, but they're like monetization incentivized, not intellectual exploration incentivized. There's not a normalized behavior for wanting to self-select yourself into an intellectual discussion versus commentary. They share the same space right now. people who think that you come into a Discord assuming that it is a commentary section versus an in-depth discussion, it's none the wiser. So I would think by the process of human intellectual exploration, maybe when I'm on my deathbed, I'll see some different variances of that. I'll give it a solid 20 years. I'll try to live another 20 years to see if all the things that took many, many years to cultivate when it comes to intellectual exchange in humans become more adaptive to the new technologies that we have today. I can't even begin to express, and I'm not going to because I'm running late now, how unbelievable the internet is. Like, and Hank Green's recent vlog, I haven't watched it yet, but the title is really wonderful, and it's something that I've been wanting to talk about for a while, and I'm curious what he has to say about it, but he took the words out of my mouth. His title of his new vlog, or this week's vlog, is people are not hungry for content. They're not content starved. They are hungry for information. Or no. Yes, or something like that. It was the distinction between what is iterative content, like reinforcement content, versus what I think, at least in my opinion, we'll find out tomorrow because I'm gonna watch it if I find enough time to watch it today. There's a distinction between wanting more of the same things and constantly reinforcing the same things versus taking in and integrating new information. So the thing, I think the distinction he's probably going to make is the idea that there is a pro and cons to being fed the same type of information, iterating in order to make content for the sake of making content versus informing and transforming and expanding knowledge. So you can have lots of content reinforcing exactly what you believe and what you know, and that could feel like you're learning something new or learning new information or incorporating new things, but you're not addicted. Yeah, that's it. That's the title. You're not addicted to content, you're starving for information. And I think I know where he's going with that. And it might not be exactly identical, but this is something that I have been worried about. But his title is so crisp. I like his title. I'm just not very great at that. I mean, I'll try to practice doing that, but it's really straight to the point. Addiction and dependency is happening with content and not the nature of that content. So like, you're not concerned about how that content is informing you, enriching you, or making you useful and inspiring you and motivating you, like the methods, the method and how that method applies to things, how you use the information to create new methods or apply them in some way. They're giving you the idea that this content is what you need. But I think he's saying, no, you shouldn't be, or not should be, like, you're not addicted to content. Like, in reality, you do not get addicted to content. You are starving for information. So when the information, like, if there's no more information, right? Like, if people do not have access to information, they can iterate on the same content to make you think that that's what you need. You need more content, right? So there's so many ways to go about this, and I'm very curious which way he's going. I think there are 3 or 4 things that I think he'll probably spin, and I'm looking forward to it. Because when you become starved for information, you can take anything, in my opinion. It's one of those things it could be wielded so interestingly, and I want to know what his take is. I want to hear what other people's take is. Like, honestly, I would be curious how it differs from like asking, I don't know, a top 10 YouTube streamer, what do they think this statement means, and then so on. Like, so fascinating. It's very fascinating. I have 3 or 4 major perspectives on how to envision that, what type of perspective he's saying from this, and that is to illustrate why I am interested in videos. I'm not interested in videos when they say exactly what I need it to say. So like if a video says this is the best video you ever watch, honestly I'm interested for a different reason than someone else. They're interested because they know what they think is the best video, and they're gonna watch to see if it matches it. I'm watching it because I'm genuinely curious if this person has a different perspective, and because I trust that person to add information to me, right? Not tell me exactly what I want. If it coincidentally does, then that's fine. But it's the same content. Not, I'm looking for more information. So we'll see. I think that title is fantastic. You're not addicted to content, you're starving for information. Starvation. Okay. Alright.
主因
Shuin, which is main cause. And then let me do the last 2. Oh, is this my first burn on the kanji? Wait, what happened? I've never seen this before. I've never seen that before. What was that? You waited too long and decided to take it now. What? Sorry, you have no idea. Okay. I think I waited so long that okay. These are the burn items. So we got our first burn kanji, which is fine. All these burn items are good. So I'm not gonna resurrect any of those burn items. Alright. Anyways, so we have a buy day tomorrow. Tomorrow is a complete burn day. It's all burns. Almost all of it is going to be burn, which is going to be interesting. It's a very different WaniKani stream tomorrow, I think. Pretty sure. Maybe. Don't quote me on that. Because I don't remember how level 1 was broken up. I think level 1 might have been a little bit more staggered. So we're starting to roll over the level 1 items now. So we have 25 burn. It's WaniKani telling me, put the fries in the bag, MAKU. Do it now. In fact, also put in a spicy chicken sandwich while you're at it. And make sure to include a second Happy Meal just in case you're hungry for dinner. Because we don't want to hear your after lunch rant either. Just put the fries in the bag with the Happy Meal on the side. And maybe top it off with a milkshake so that we can have a good nap, a sugar crash later. We don't have to hear you rant anymore. I remember when I was first introduced to that saying, put the fries in the bag. Okay, so criminal, comforts, nothing. Good luck, tiger, poem, Guard and Festival. Okay. All right. What do we have? Okay, let's do our reads. Ki, gen, sai, yaku, hana, hai. Oh no, not hai. Dang it. Gawa, gawa, soba. How many WaniKani levels are there? 60. There are 60 WaniKani levels. So multiply that by 11 days. Whatever from 60 is probably when the official, quote unquote, the official end of lessons. Although I'm gonna probably end up doing something different that makes it so that I have more lessons than that. Do shio. If you're, this might also be pertinent about how many levels. There are also, I think, 256 kanji that are not included, that of the subset of JLPT 1 that's not in WaniKani. And one of the reasonable ways to contextualize that is actually WaniKani could have even less levels. The idea of WaniKani's vision was this is a stepping stone. So they're not there to impart a type of method that you would do for the rest of your life. It's sufficient so that you can start engaging in other forms of engagement. That is actually one of the consensus of both the community and the emails you get, your congratulatory emails, your auto emails that you get from leveling, where there is a consistent encouragement that, oh, by now you should try to read some books or go hit up something and apply it somewhere. And that's kind of what the levels are supposed to indicate. So lots of people say the WaniKani team, I think it was like level 15, something like that. They're like, hey, this is the time where you should try some greater readers, maybe, or pick up. And many in the, I think the consensus in the WaniKani is when you get to level 30, that's when you should go out and branch out to, you have a solid foundation to start reading many things like news sites or things, because you can figure out you'll have about 80% coverage, and that gives you enough motivation, or a consistent enough motivation to explore, and you apply comprehensible input, right? That idea that you'll have enough competence around to build something up. Yeah. I just thought I'd add that because it happens in the background, or it happens in the community, or the developers' little email notifications and stuff that isn't visible here. There's an email that's sent out every time you level up, unless you turned it off, which I feel like that's probably something that most people do. They turn off email notifications by the time they, even in the beginning of it. I have my email notifications available for the duration of the, so I get like Duolingo notifications too. So I know how that feels when, or see it in action when people make comments about how like Duo would guilt trip you in emailing you several times, guilt tripping you and say, hey, you forgot your lesson today. Like, did you do your lesson today? So I wanted to know what that's like. WaniKani, there's email notification at each level up. And then occasionally, from time to time, it reminds you of how much reviews you have here and there. And then for the leveling up, they share a quote from someone who's level 60. So they collect like quotes and reflection stories. It might even come from the forums, I don't even know. But they include like a motivational like story or tidbit on each level up. which is a nice touch. Quite a nice touch. Yeah. By now, according to for the devs, they were like, please go try your try your Japanese out. Pick up some maybe children's books or things like that. And children not to be used as a belittling thing. Like go read nursery rhymes or like folk tale, like small children's tales and stuff, because you have a lot of the foundations to do so, which I amply encourage, right? I tend to, if you find that you're not beyond that or above that, then you'll know what I mean. But for those who are insecure, prideful, and possibly think that they're better than they really are, then that's fine, I suppose. They'll find their way somehow, some way, I think, if they really want it. I, on the other hand, I don't mind sounding like a child. How else are you gonna be able to talk to a little one in an understandable way? How else are you gonna be able to empathize with people who don't know the language or being unable to express things? So I see it as practice. I have a language that I and can command at a fairly advanced level, but I also know how it feels when you can't. And that makes it so that I can be interpretively empathetic and continue to be internally empathetic. That's kind of like someone telling me, oh, they know exactly how to learn the best way when the last time they learned a new skill was 40 years ago. That has happened before. Someone who's so specialized they forgot how to educate people who aren't specialized or barely even interested in specializing. That's one of the limits of human emotions, especially emotional memory. Motivation and empathy comes a long way when you're constantly participating in it. Not that you have to. Again, that person who specialized that I was talking about, incredibly successful in the matters of his specialty. It's like asking a super talented athlete, hey, can you explain the basics of how to kick a ball? And they were like, oh, here, I'll show you. It's like, that looks elegantly simple. You go and do it, and like, why does this feel so hard? And like, you just do it. Native speaker. That would be a great example of a native speaker. The native speaker fallacy. Not that it's everyone, but it's varying degrees. I don't understand the incompetence of my English until I'm challenged to try to translate some of these words again. I've discovered my typing skills are leaving a lot to desire when they removed autocorrect from the input of these SRS things. I don't want to talk about my frequent typos. Well, I do. Just not right now. Okay. Seki... I... Ume? Not again. Ketsu. Ketsu. In. Jo. Shiki. I. Kan. Ze. Sho. Kan. Sho. Wait. Sho. No, that's kan. Just kidding. Kan. Satsu. Soko. Ai. Sho. Still takes a while. Then kaku. Setsu, gen, sho, geki. Alright, that's it for WaniKani for today. Pardon the digression, right? Or unless you find that very interesting. I tried to resist, but it's fallen by the wayside. Alright, folks. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Yeah, thanks again. And as always, like today, you're always welcome to stop on by, share thoughts, exchange some ideas, make some connections. I'm always here to sacrifice anything that's in here because I wouldn't be doing it otherwise. Right? Much hats off to those people who love to study despite the idea of doing it alone, right? I do this given both the pros and cons. Today's anecdote that I shared for the digression is an example of the compromises, the trade-offs. That stuff will happen. But the conversations I have with like Bree are also part of the package. So being able to negotiate and understand that yes, where there's this, there's also that and everything in between. And I think that is what makes someone who has critical thinking, problem solving skills, and social skills and communication in general, with maybe a sprinkle of emotional intelligence, allows one to negotiate that. It won't necessarily discourage them from doing and continuing the thing they do. Largely, it will enable them to leverage and use that as a pragmatic use case. And know that I want to keep in mind, if you want to influence me to do something, you yourself have to be interested in the thing you're influencing me about. Not the other way around. Critiquing what I like, critiquing and projecting the things you don't like and the things you don't want to do and the things you don't like what other people are doing, that is unbecoming of someone who wants to be in the good graces or to establish trust with another person, especially if it's what that other person is doing. I think that's like saying you want to learn Japanese without understanding how kana works. That's what it's like to me. Like when it comes to communication skills, if the first aspect of your communication with someone is to throw a near ad hominem inference using a categorically reductive way of interpreting the thing they're using, yeah, that is very much like learning Spanish and thinking that gender plurality agreement is not important for the language. It's a nuance that you can still circumvent with the language that does not, but at the same time, it's absolutely core to that language. So, what I'm saying for that example that I was highlighting is because that illustrates why I like learning a new language. It makes you confront it unintentionally, or maybe coincidentally bleeds into, according to someone else who secondarily think communication skills and social skills is a consequence of language learning. I believe it's the other way around, largely because I didn't choose to learn a new target language this late in life because I wasn't interested in communication skills and social skills, socializing skills. It was the other way around. My interest in communication, social skills, and critical thinking led me to decide ultimately to tackle language learning. So I wanted to make that very quite clear with some anecdotes from yesterday. Unfortunately, maybe I might be misrepresented somewhere, that a stranger came about, but we can talk about it. If I'm not fluent in 4 years' time after completing like the Duolingo Japanese course, I have no qualms with someone coming by and saying, see, you still stink at Japanese. It's like, that's perfectly fine. It's not going to hurt my feelings. But my question is, then will they stay and explain to me what is it that the Japanese stink at? Like, what is it that I don't do that they don't want to do? And then maybe they will sit long enough. Only then, maybe they'll sit long enough for me to demonstrate what I did learn how to do. And it might not be quite what they're thinking, because obviously they think I stick at Japanese and didn't learn anything from Duolingo, right? So the sky is the limit if they said I have learned nothing from Duolingo. In fact, WaniKani is something I learned from Duolingo. I'll let you connect the dots, how that's possible. And for that, as food for thought, for those who are only interested in WaniKani, minasan mata ne. And I'll see you guys next time for that. I'm gonna get up, stretch. I'm gonna do some lunges, get my blood rolling, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for Hatsuhiro. Thank you, thank you.